What is up, everybody? Welcome to the After Chat. How's it going? All right. Now, this is that song that I made on the Dirty Wave, the thing above my. The Dirty Wave M8 is a tracker, and I made that track from that guy on 14.313 megahertz. It's not done. I need to close it out. I wasn't sure how I want to wrap it up, but yeah. Anyway, welcome to the Ham Radio Crash Course After Chat. Appreciate you guys all sticking around, talking about them EDCs and my favorite things from 2022. Thank you kindly. All right. So this is all about Discord, right? The Discord is our, I think it is like the epitome of fast, convenient online community to get help with ham radio. Also, it's just a great bunch of people to hang out with and chat online. I know that a lot of people don't love Discord, but you know what? I got to tell you, when you compare it to all the other social medias, it's very fast to just get to the one area you want to be in, and then you can avoid everything else. I apologize that they asked for, I think they asked for phone numbers now. I know they used to ask for just emails, but that's largely out of my control. I'm not getting your phone number. If you're curious about how Discord works, I don't know your number. I don't want your number. No offense to you. I'm sure you're a great person, but I don't need that in my life. I got enough going on. So it's just there for two-party authentication kind of thing. Okay, so let's hop over to the Discord now and say hi to everyone. Let's see. Oh, we're going to talk about that. Scott, if you're watching me, we'll talk about that. I didn't realize it was available yet, so that's kind of fun. All right. Hopping into the after chat. Let's say hi to everybody. All right now.
Bree.
Oh, good timing. Wow. Nicely done. How's it going, everybody?
Bree.
So somebody on the YouTube side asked me, what's the orange knife? That is a tactical keychain knife.
Liberty gibbets.
All right. So you are hearing all the folks on the Discord. And in fact, I probably have to duck the audio a little bit. Sorry if you got blasted on YouTube. How's it going, everybody?
Good. It's going pretty well, but we've been sitting here waiting for you.
It only took me I think it was less than 10 minutes to get the whole thing turned around, right? I had to right the ship to head back to port.
Yeah, we were holding some people off on questions until you got here.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, well, I don't mind you answering questions before I get here, but yeah, okay. So let's throw right into it. Hey, guys, welcome to the After Chat. The way this works is we like to go to people who are here for the first time first. So if you're here for the first time and like to just say hi, introduce yourself, that'd be great. If you have a question, this is your opportunity to get your question answered before everybody else. So if you're here for the first time, would like to say hi or ask a question, come now. And I may be a little early in flipping the whole thing around. So if you haven't, by the way, when you join Discord, there's a timeout thing, and that's just for the bots that we get sometimes raided with. So if you are here for the first time and you have a question, you can type it out in chat while you wait for your 5-minute timer or whatever it is now to come up, and then you can join us on the audio chat. Just remember to set a PTT, and it's just like Skype. You got to go into the settings and set speakers and microphone, and you'll be good to go. Timmer says, hi, first time to the After Chat. Well, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. Anybody in there? First time like to say hi or ask a question? I'll come back around if you guys are still getting up and running. All right, well, let's open it up to the aforementioned questions from Dawn. What were some of the questions that people had? Anybody jump in there?
Somebody was asking about clips for they're going to put an infed halfway up at their HOA, so right on top of the roof.
Was that Joe? KI5UKE, I think.
Could have been.
He's deafened now. Come on, Joe. That's why I was trying to have him wait, because I knew it was only going to be like a minute.
Is he an ukulele player?
And then somebody else was going to ask a question, I think, and Mike asked him to wait a minute, so I didn't see who that was either.
Was it a voice or text?
Voice.
Oh, okay. Well, anybody in there with questions, go ahead. Start throwing them. If we can keep it, Hammer related or on today's show topic, that'd be great.
Show topic question.
Go for it.
This is K0HWV. Hey, Josh. Just want to say hi. And the question is the Evolve 3. I missed the live stream, so I don't know if you covered this or not.
Right in the beginning,
How's the processor and all that? How's the processor on it? How does it compare to like a Raspberry Pi? Is it faster, slower, about the same? How good is it?
It's faster than a Raspberry Pi, but not by a whole lot. It is, to use an appropriate word for YouTube, dog poop as far as performance goes. It's not fast. It's not a fast laptop at all. It is faster than a Raspberry Pi. I do recommend you do the Windows 10 debloat on it if you have.
How much does that speed it up?
Considerably.
Really?
Considerably.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It boots faster. It executes applications way faster. Did you not do it?
No.
Windows what?
Yeah, Josh, the other day when you were doing that, you would say, well, you said, I'm not sure if Mike can do it or not, but that might have been a joke. But I after my running it, yeah, I can see why.
I'm not. I'm completely confident he could run it. It's not that. It's Mike's track record with technology. I don't
Josh,
actually,
you know me so well.
Yeah, it's not his actual capability. Like, he knows how to type just as well as we do. Like, he can follow directions. He knows how to do that. Man can follow a recipe. It's what happens when he does things to technology. That's the part. Yeah. So bring it to Hamcation, Mike, and then we'll do it there. We'll brick it live.
Yeah. Well, I have a second one, so.
Oh,
I mean, is there just like copying commands into the terminal and pasting them, or
no? So you download the debloat script to your to somewhere like your documents folder, and then you run PowerShell as an admin. You have to be an admin to do this, and then you use terminal commands to basically cd change directory into the directory you downloaded it, and then you run the script file. And then
I'm going to wait till the next time I see you.
Okay.
And then,
the script file literally has a menu, and you just run the debloat. That's all you need to do, and then that's it.
Or I'm a scout. You lost me at PowerShell.
Yeah. Now, when I ran the debloat, it came up with a menu,
yes,
GUI menu, and then I'm not sure that Mike would recognize the questions that it's asking in that deal.
I only did the debloat command. That's all I did. I didn't do anything else. You don't need to do anything else.
Yeah, see, that was the thing. I didn't know that you weren't supposed to do anything else. So I think I let it do the registry hacks too. But anyway, that was
now
I know enough to recover if that fails.
So the registry hacks, you could eke out some more performance from doing the registry hacks, but largely your biggest impact is going to be just running the debloat. And what it's doing specifically is it's removing software that you don't need from Windows. And it's software that's kind of like always running in the background for some dumb reason. And it just sucks your processing power because the Evolve 3 is like a Celeron processor. It's like a 1.3. It's not powerful. Yeah. Yeah.
The thing that I wasn't sure of is whether or not it's using what is that? OneDrive or whatever the hell that is, the Microsoft Cloud Drive. That is completely useless, and it always runs.
Yes.
And there is a command in there to specifically remove it. Or OneDrive, yeah, that's it. There's one to specifically remove it, but then it seemed like when I ran the debloat, it mentioned removing it. So I still don't know why there were some things in there basically that are confusing, because it's like, does the debloat do this, or is this something additional that I can run? I didn't get why they had certain things on that GUI.
I hear you, but for almost everyone, just running the debloat menu option on that script will get you most of the way there that you need. It's a measurable difference in speed. Like you don't have. I'm sorry, you don't even have to measure it. Like, it's easily observable how much faster it is. All right.
Okay, and Josh, an add-on thing to that. So the thing I'm going to be using it for is to act as a Raspberry Pi, because there's this private P25 system that I'm getting on,
Mhm.
and the guy that's building the hotspot for me is he needs to switch over to Linux. So does that debloat stuff, is that going to interfere with like Linux and stuff, or do you know?
Well, the debloat would have nothing to do with running Linux. There are many people who buy the Evolve 3 and load Linux on it and run it as a Linux laptop. And for everybody that does that, it's probably way faster. way faster.
Okay, I just don't want to risk messing stuff up, because I've been saving all the money I've been making on after-school jobs and stuff for the past couple months to get this, and I don't want to screw things up.
If you are serious about Linux on running on the Maestro, the cheap laptop, and you have one, go subscribe to KM4ACK. When he heard about the laptop, he went out and bought one, and he did the Linux install. He's now going through and like updating, like showing people how to do different software things like WinLink and whatnot on the Maestro, the Evolve 3, when you move to Linux.
Yeah, but one hint about Linux, and this is true for anything you're doing on that thing: do not go in and screw with the BIOS settings. Leave the BIOS alone.
There you go.
Do you think that debloater is going to? Do you have to do that again every time Windows updates?
Yes and no. I've heard that you always have to do it after Windows updates, and then I've heard that it only changes some things, and then sometimes it doesn't do anything other than like some security updates. So it would depend on what the update is.
It just seems like I haven't owned a PC for a long time, and I have a couple of those now, and it seems like it's constantly updating Windows, constantly.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And is that normal for Windows, for one? And
yeah, kind of.
But
go ahead, Don.
Well, I was just going to say, if you pay attention to Linux updates about every week as well. The thing is, it's just not automatic. So all of these security things and everything that are coming out for it are necessary, and they're necessary pretty much for all of the operating systems. And in some operating systems, it's automatic like it is in Windows, and in others, it's you have to specifically do it. But being in the Linux business that I'm in, we're constantly hit by all of our customers with vulnerabilities that come up just literally every week. And so we're patching every week just about.
Yeah. And, comments are coming in on YouTube and whatnot that are saying you can turn off updates. You can. I've found that the best way is to just use it more often, and then you're constantly... If you actively go into the Windows Updater and pull all the updates and load all of them, it's more infrequent when it will try and update, from my experience.
Yeah, I noticed there are 3 or 4 or 5 different kinds of updates that it's always asking you about. Some of them seem automatic and some of them not. But the problem, of course, is the damn thing's so slow anyway that the constant updating takes a long time. And then if you have to run a debloater every time you do that, then boy, that's quite a hobby, just maintaining that little $60 laptop.
Yeah, the debloater, I would say, run probably after the major quarterly updates that Windows usually does.
Mm-hmm. Somebody's linking me to... Oh, Don, you're linking me to a laptop. Good.
Yeah. And the nice thing about that Geo laptop is for our friends in the UK, that's readily available in the UK. It's also available here in the United States. And if you try to find a replacement power supply, it is a 12 volt 2 amp power supply.
So is this just an Evolve 3 that's like...
It's different because it has an
USB-C.
SSD drive actually in it.
And it has USB-C?
Yeah.
Ooh. Same power though, right? Is it the same chip? Is it 1 point?
I don't know about. I don't think it is. I think it's a slightly because isn't it an Intel 4000 Pentium and that one's an Intel 5000.
It has a Pentium. It actually has a Pentium. So it's $200. It's a bit of a kick up, but it's better than a Celeron.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, if they have this at the store down the street, I may run over there tomorrow and take a look at it.
Is that the one that has 8 gigabytes of RAM instead of 4?
Yeah, 8 gig and 128 gig SSD.
Yeah, so that 8 gigabytes, that's nice.
I can't believe they don't specify the charging voltage.
I know.
No, they don't.
Because
But
nobody
it's-
cares. Nobody cares but us and RV fan life
Right.
people.
And in order to find that out, I had to look up replacement power supplies. And if you find and actually in the Best Buy list, if you go through the questions, somebody goes, "Oh yeah, I recently had to buy a power supply for it. It's 12 volts at 2 amps." So that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, so it's a low power laptop.
Mm-hmm.
You got to be a little careful with that 12 volts though, because our batteries are, 13.2 or so, but I've got a couple studio lights that power. Oddly enough, they power off at 12 volts, but it's USB-C, which I've never seen before. But so I hooked up my batteries to them, and it's too high a voltage for them. So I actually have to use a buck converter to bring it down to about 12.7 volts, and then they turn on. Weird.
What about, Mike, have you looked at those like Miyati batteries? Because don't those go only up to 12 volts?
No, Miati's, they're lithium iron phosphate. They're all...
Yeah, I know, but I mean,
cell,
they're marked on the outside as 12 volt, not 13. But
yeah, but
that's
12 volts.
And I'm
12
asking, I don't know.
Any 12 volt battery is still not 12 volts. Even a lead acid is like 12.8.
Right.
Something like that.
Yeah, okay.
I would like to assume that the laptops kind of can negotiate that power. I would like to think so, but who knows? I guess at the end of the day, I don't mind blowing up a $60 laptop. $200, I'm less inclined to blow that up, but I'll try it. Yeah.
Beer.
Yeah, exactly. So, who was it who dropped that? It was...
Hey, yo, watch this.
Steve. Steve just sent a playlist of his experimentation with the GeoBook 240, and I linked it for everybody on the YouTube site, so you can go check it out. Yeah. Okay. Great. Well, more to come on that. Let's throw it over to more questions. Anybody in here has a question, ham radio question, or questions on the show topic? Go ahead.
Hey, Hosh.
Let's go with the hey Hosh, and I'll go back to Don. Go, Jason, and then back to Don.
Hey, so I linked an Asus there that looks like it's pretty close. I'm trying to figure out if it's 12 volt or not. I'm not quite sure, but it looks like it's barely a step up from the Evolve. It's from 1.1, you're going to 1.3 gigahertz.
Yeah,
on a Celeron, and it's kind of about the price at what those Evolves are going for now. But it's still not going. It's directly above. If you look for Ferris on the chat in Discord.
Oh, I see it. Okay, let me pull that up.
I'm not sure about the 12 volt part though.
Oh, it's another Micro Center job. Oh, hey now.
Yeah.
Oh, I think this. So I believe this is the one that Rhea has made some posts on. I don't think this charges off of 12 volts.
No, the Asuses are 65 amp or 65 watt.
I'm like 65 amp is impressive.
It's built for K-12
Yeah,
education, which means it's designed to withstand spilling a juice box on it. That's a nice feature.
That's I'm a big Capri Sun guy, and you know how those are when you try and open them.
Well, the GeoBooks are used in the UK for schools.
Yeah, let's and of course they show a picture of the brick. They show a picture of the brick, but I can't zoom in on it, so I have no idea. So frustrating.
It says I looked up the Asus website. It says USB plug type is USB-C, output 15 volt DC, 3 amp, 45 watts. So
yeah, a lot of them are 15. Yeah. So I did get kind of a lead, or someone mentioned to me that they have a car charger for the Microsoft Surface Go, and that, okay, that's 12 volts. So I bought the adapter, and I snipped the lead because, of course, that's what I was going to do for a $7 charge plug. It's a 2-wire lead, so I got real optimistic that I could run off the Bioenno. Plugged it in, it won't charge it. So it's got to be a step-up converter that's in that 12 volt, car plug, which is a bummer. I was hoping. I was like, oh, if the Surface runs it, then I can finally use that thing. But yeah, I'm going to have to make a video on why a $60 laptop is better than a $500 Microsoft Surface Go.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hi. I just joined. I was in the live stream, but I wanted to ask a question about what you guys are talking about right now.
Yeah, go for it.
I just want to know why you guys are looking to buy like $60 new laptops instead of like maybe a $30 used laptop that has more power and maybe better repairability. Is it like the warranty or something? Or
nope. Does it run off 12 volts?
Oh, it's low. You're looking for something low power.
I'm looking for something that'll run off my ham radio batteries specifically.
I understand. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I think I found some like that. I got a the Acer Aspire 1 or something like that. They're like these 9-inch laptops that have Intel Atoms in them.
It's like a netbook. It's an old school.
Yeah,
netbook.
Those netbooks. They have Intel Atoms in them. Are those low power? They're so small.
I can guarantee that the Maestro, my little cheap $60 laptop, that goes faster than a netbook. I am sure of it. Those netbooks are convenient. They're fun. They had their time. Their time has kind of sunset at this point.
I understand that. Yeah. I'm not much of a ham, but I am definitely quite a hacker and computer guy, and so for me, I use such offbeat operating systems that like an Intel Atom is more than enough. Like they can run off a Motorola 68K if they want to. So I had trouble getting outside of myself. I should have guessed that it was a power thing. As doing outdoor stuff like that, like a ham radio battery. Of course, it's all about managing power and stuff like that. So that makes sense.
Yeah, and good comment from Nickery D. Paul. If I got your Night Cry. Sorry, Night Cry. I don't know how I got Nickery. So sorta kinda. He said most USB-C will run on 12 volts, just won't charge very fast. Yes and no. If we're talking about the coaxial power lead that is on the laptop for charging, they need to accept the 12 to 13.8 volts to run. A lot of them that will charge off of USB-C usually require 3+ amps on USB-C alone to charge, but they generally require 15 or more volts on that coaxial lead. If you find one that, again, this is an open challenge, find me a cheap, sub $200 laptop that runs off of 12 volts. A USB-C port is wonderful. I would love that, but it doesn't have to have that. At least 2 USB-A ports, and that... Another reason why... Okay, so... I got a YouTube channel. Lots of people watch it. A decent amount of people watch it. If I told people, so the first thing you got to do, go to a Goodwill, find an Asus Aspire. It was a netbook, 2010. That's not very available to people anymore, or they'd have to go to eBay.
No, that makes sense.
You know what I mean? Like, if I told everybody, go to Micro Center and buy this thing right now, and probably buy 2. Trust me, you're gonna like it. That solves a lot of problems because it's a retail product. Otherwise, people come back and they're like, "Well, I got one, but it looks like a child shoved 18 sugar babies into the USB port, and so that port's no longer available." It's just makes too inconsistent.
Sense.
Yeah,
I understand. As I said, I just didn't put it outside of myself. I'm just so used to my way of I worked at a e-waste recycler just repairing laptops. I just shook the guy's hand. Actually, I don't think I ever shook his hand. I was there looking for stuff, and I was like, do you need help? And he's like, can you fix laptops? And I'm like, yeah. So it's like, come next Monday. I was like, sure. So, and I'm only 20 and I was 19. I turned 20 like last week. But anyways, that was cool. But I just took so many laptops from there that were like really old. And he was like, we're not going to sell that. Do you want it? And I was like, yeah. So I have dozens of laptops I got for free. And I'm always scrounging on Goodwill because I can do it. I like that stuff. But it makes complete sense that that if you're for a YouTube channel and you're trying to make it accessible to anybody, including, a lot of people who are doing ham radio are like, they're older, so they're not going to really understand, the, Goodwill auctions or eBay or whatever. And, just having an intuitive understanding of whether this computer will work for this purpose. So you being able to tell them, go get this so you can follow along with my instructions. Yeah, it makes complete sense.
Yeah. Everything.
G4BG.
I'll get to you in 1 second. Actually, I got to go back to Don, but we got two people ask the same question, and I got to answer it. And just so everybody's watching, you hear this, because I'll say it again. This is a really important point. Mike and I think our hearts beat at the same rhythm to this question. What's the goal to run a laptop off of ham radio batteries? Is it just because of a special project you're working on? No, it's to make my life easier. Yes, I can always get a step-up converter. I can always have an extra thing. Ham radio, as hams, we can always make a thing that will do a thing. And then that thing gets to live in your go bag that you go portable with every time you go portable. It's one more thing to fail. It's one more thing to forget. It's one more thing that you just have to spend time with. It's the reason why that so many of us have B and C connectors for a lot of our radios when we go in the field with our QRP radios. It's because I don't want to forget an adapter. I want everything as uniform and simple as possible so that it's just like done and simple and easy. With a 12-volt system, that means I can have a very simple solar panel, a battery, a charge controller, and I can charge both my radio and my laptop off of it, and I can run it pretty lightweight. And that's way more efficient than have a bunch of extra junk that I have to carry around. That's always been my goal. That's the reason why I was so enthusiastic when radio started going to one USB cable for audio and cat control. It's one less extra junk you have to carry. And the 705 going fully wireless, heck yeah, I support that entirely. So there you go. That's my...
When you can plug your computer in to your Big Geek battery box with just a power pole...
Yeah, heck yeah.
It's magical.
It is. It's amazing. For everyone who hasn't experienced it, it's quite a sight to behold, where everything is all on the same power standard and everything runs and everything's super easy and chill. And it's like, trust me, you drag enough stuff out into the field enough times and you're like, I'm sick of all these wires. I'm sick of all this extra junk that I have to keep, on hand at all times. You know what I mean? So that's why.
Oh, totally. No more convincing for me. I completely get it.
Oh, no, I was answering the question.
I understand you're talking to other people, but yeah. I totally get it. I don't have any circumstances like that extreme, but I definitely understand that. Like, I'll definitely try to do it. Like, I'm not like if I don't want to take multiple things, if I don't have to, like if I can just bring one tool or one computer to do multiple things, just because I like not carrying a lot of stuff,
Yes. I want everything to get to the point that I can have a little tiny bag that it all goes into, right? That's always
or just imagine you don't have to carry like a calculator, a camera, and a phone. You can just have like a glass rectangle,
Right? Exactly. Yeah.
Or a map, and a web, computer, whatever.
Okay.
Josh is trying to become the glass cannon of ultralight radio.
Yeah, it's just your phone. That's the end game. It's just a phone.
Well,
with the antenna.
That was a thing that didn't pan out. I have to get back to that project, but that's also on the list of things to do. I am doing WinLink on my phone, which is probably I have literally like my WinLink kit is this big plus my iPhone now. It's incredible. Let's go back to Don because I think we've been making him wait to ask his question, and we'll open up.
Oh, I'm
questions.
fine, but
you got it. Okay. Well,
no,
yeah.
I just mean I'm fine waiting. I do.
Oh no, you're good. Go for it. Go for it.
So, and this is to you and Mike because I know you guys know this. In fact, probably everybody in here knows it, but me. So, when you're getting an XLR cable, because I've ordered an XLR microphone for my Onan. So the Onan takes a 3.5 millimeter input, and so it's called a 1/8 inch XLR to unbalanced cable adapter. Now, I looked that up trying to figure out, okay, what does it mean by unbalanced?
It's a 3-pin
And apparently
XLR.
there are two separate wirings for that. One of them can go to the, what is it, pin 2 to tip, and pin 3 to ring, and then ground goes to the shield. Or you can take pin 3 and pin and ground, wire those together, and go to the shield, and only the one goes to the tip, and ring has nothing on it. And that is the wiring I need, but I can't tell by the description of unbalanced that it's wired that way.
Hey Don, make sure you pick some ferrets up.
Yeah, I've got tons of those here, Matt.
So can you explain what it is you're trying to do with it so I understand?
Yeah, I'm just plugging a XLR microphone into the Onan, and the Onan has the wiring on the Onan is shield, PTT, and then talk. So to plug an XLR into that port, you wire pins 3 and 1, or sorry, 3 and 1, I believe, which is ground and I don't know what 3 is, and then you wire those to the shield, and then you wire pin 2 to hot, and that's how you wire it.
Okay.
But looking and reading cable descriptions to buy a pre-built cable, it says it's unbalanced, and according to like all of these drawings that are out there talking about unbalanced XLR cables, some of them are wired that way, and some of them use pin 3 to ring. And I don't know which. I mean, this whole audio crap is just. I've never had to deal with it. I don't want to have to deal with it. I just want to plug a microphone in and talk. And it's like the Onan has a little bit of weird. I've encountered this to a degree on the Flex as well. When you're wiring an XLR into a ham radio, there's a certain amount of things you have to know, which is why I've avoided it in the past. So what I'm trying to figure out is, do you guys know, is there a standard definition for an unbalanced cable?
I don't know. Do you know, Mike?
So what in the audio universe, you're so an XLR, the X is ground, the L is left, and the R is right for a stereo sound.
Okay, that makes sense.
Unbalanced is just mono. So, for example, if you wanted to make an XLR to, say, a 1/4 inch plug, which is very common in the music industry, mixers and guitar amplifiers and all that stuff, it's all 1/4 inch mono plug, meaning there's a tip and a sleeve. I kind of don't understand what you're getting at, though, with an unun in this. What are you?
I think
why
he's
do you
talking
need an
about the
unun?
wiring. That's a radio.
No, it's not unun. It's an add-on.
It's
I
a
don't
radio.
know. I never said unun, so I'm not sure where you're picking that up.
What are you saying then? A what?
Unbalanced.
Yeah,
No,
but I thought you said unun.
He's trying to connect. He's trying to connect to a radio. The radio is called an. What's the
Here's
radio?
the microphone that came with it, Don. Those stupid XLR things. You're just going to put more bandwidth in than
That's
necessary.
that's not solving the problem.
What,
so you're trying to connect an XLR to your radio?
Yes.
And it's just got a 1/4 inch plug?
Yeah, it's got a 3/8 millimeter plug that is tip ring sleeve, but ring is used for PTT.
Do you need PTT?
No, so I need, but
then
I
take
do
the
need
left and the right wires and twist them together and connect that to the tip, and take the ground and connect it to the sleeve.
Okay, but that's left and right, and so why the standard wiring I'm seeing is 2, which is quote on the XLR listing is hot, and 2 to tip, and 1 and 3, which is ground and like second channel, to ground. Does that not make sense, Mike? I'm asking because I don't know.
I think that's just overcomplicating it. Like I said, the X is the ground, so that connects to the sleeve. And the L and the R are just left and right. So whenever you like for example, my Rode microphone that I use for my wireless pack, my lavalier, it broke. I've actually had 2 of them break. They kind of suck. So Rode sent me another one. Little did they know I'm a ham and I can rewire things. So I actually cut open the little 1/8-inch jack, and they have 3 wires inside of the cable, but they're wired exactly. It's not a stereo connection. It's mono. So they connected the left and the right and attached that to the tip, and then the ground is the sleeve. That's all you got to do.
Okay, well, here's what I'm getting at, Mike. So I'm buying a cable that's listed as an unbalanced cable.
Okay.
And according to, and what I was trying to find out is, what does unbalanced mean? Obviously, when I get the cable tomorrow, I can tone it out, right? And
it's
I'll
just
know.
a mono cable. That's all it means.
But it's tip ring sleeve. So
in that case, there's ways. So in if you have a tip ring sleeve 1/4-inch plug, and they're both active. So like if you put, if you put your continuity on there and you put it on the ring to the, connection 2, whatever, if there's continuity there, all they did was make 2 connections with the same wire. They just jumped it from the, I probably have a TRS cable somewhere. I could put a picture in.
Yeah, I dropped a link to the cable.
Yeah, let me see here.
And see, the thing is, I'm like, based on the description, because all that
that's a
all
stereo
Amazon,
plug.
It says to.
Well, I don't know why it says unbalanced.
Yeah, it says unbalanced, and supposedly unbalanced is mono.
Correct.
But how is mono wired? What is the standard wiring for mono? So what I'm trying to get at is, so what is the term? Just like you just said, I don't know what unbalanced means. That's what I'm trying to determine. What does unbalanced mean?
It just means mono. So if you have a balanced signal, you'd be able to pan the left side to the left and the right side to the right.
Yeah,
right?
and so in a mono plug, do you wire?
The signal goes everywhere. So you would wire it too, but this is not a mono plug.
So it was my understanding that balanced meant that you would have 2 signals, one 180 degrees out of phase with each other. So the point it would be that it would reject common mode signals on an XLR cable.
That is correct.
Could be. So
there's no left and right channel on an XLR. It's the same signal. It's 180 degrees out of phase.
Makes sense.
So all he would need to do is take one of those signal wires, connect it to the tip, and then connect ground to ground. Although you're losing the main feature of the XLR cable if you do that.
I don't know why they did it this way, but basically, so they took pin 2 and they connected it to the tip and the ring.
Yeah, that's
what they're doing here.
Yeah, what he dropped in there is the way.
Oh my god! Yeah, they're like shorting it out, not shorting it, but they're jumping it.
No, that's not short. That's fine. That's a totally fine connection they're doing. I just don't know why they're using a stereo plug for it.
Yeah, the other thing,
or they're not using the third pin.
Yeah, 2 doesn't go to ring; it goes just to tip. It doesn't.
Well, the diagram says it's going to the tip and the ring.
Yeah, that's not right. So the problem with that is, if I plug that into the radio will PTT and stay PTT'd.
So cut that pin off and put another one on.
Well, yeah, where's the pin?
Or cut the plug off, I mean.
Yeah, that's. But we'll see. The whole point was, I was trying to buy one, and I was trying to think, okay, do I need to do this? I mean, is there a standard definition for unbalanced? Does it mean that it's wired like it's shown in the photo here? Is there a meaning to the term unbalanced to understand the wiring that you're actually buying?
Unbalanced does not mean. Unbalanced just means that you don't have 2 signals 180 degrees out of phase. It means it's just you have a ground and you have the audio signal. So it's what you normally deal with on a 3.5 millimeter jack.
So they're sending pin 2 to both left and right?
Yes? Question mark. Probably.
Well, yeah,
that should work.
I've seen just as many diagrams that show pin 2 to tip and nothing to ring.
Yeah, that'll work. So pin 1, which is the ground, will go to ring, and then pin 2 could go to tip. I think that's what I have over here, because I have an XLR cable I made, and that's what I use.
Well,
sorry, this is such a complex piece of crap, but that's why I hate audio.
Your curiosity is correct, but you're getting the cable soon, so you should be able to figure it all out.
It's the same thing we had with the Y cable, if you remember, Josh, when we were trying to explain
the Y cable,
the Y cable,
to
Don. This is the same thing. Just because they fitted a stereo plug doesn't mean they use all the pins.
And what I'm trying to get at is that if I'm ordering this off of Amazon, do I always assume that, okay, I'm going to have to clip the end of it and wire it myself? Or can I look at it and say, okay, it says unbalanced, so then I know that it's wired correctly? And so apparently I can't assume that it's wired correctly, that I need to buy the extra parts.
Yeah, okay. I'd like to, let's move on if we can.
Maybe you should ask Apache Labs.
Go ahead and move on. Yeah,
can you ask Apache, like, guys, what do you want me to do here? How do I connect a Pro mic to this? And then have them explain it, because like they're not giving you a lot of help here, right?
Kind of they are, but
well, they could probably do better.
They describe the internals of how the microphone's connected. Like I said, there's shield, PTT, and tip is audio.
Right.
So that's your wiring, and then you take your microphone and wire it in, and then they will provide you with either phantom power or no phantom power, depending on which microphone you buy. And I've already burned up one microphone because it wasn't supposed to have phantom power, and I turned the phantom power on.
Okay, all right. So I'm going to go back. Timmer, you're right on the money. Where the problem, and you may have already acknowledged this, Timmer is saying, "Hey, get the Evolve 3 Maestro. That's 12 volts." Yes, we know that. We're all rocking those laptops. The problem is that thing is now $110 on Amazon, as you've discovered. I walked into a Micro Center and put $60 sweaty on the table and walked out with that laptop. So it used to be $60. Now it's $110. I would not get that at $110. So that's the issue that stands right now. So we're looking for options.
Somebody dropped a link, and of course, again, this is not solving the problem, but Micro Center in Overland Park had 5 of the Evolves that have been, are back on return. And if you do see that, I would definitely go and take a look at them, because now you're paying $45 instead of $59.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, somebody said hamflation. That's exactly what it is. Sorry, guys. We all talked it up too much, and now it's gone. They're not available. Okay, so let's go back to newbies or anybody that needs help. So anybody here for the first time that would like to ask a question, or just say hi for being here your first time. Thanks for coming out. We appreciate you. Come now. You got to just jump in there. We want to help you, I promise. And also, yeah, go ahead.
Time. Hey Josh, just wanted to ask a question. Call sign KL4YOS. One, so I've been trying to get the Wushin KG-UV9T, but I'm not sure, is it discontinued or is it just harder to find? And I noticed that the KG-UV90 mate is basically the same radio, but I'm being that nitpicky guy and is preferring the black face instead of the orange.
Got it. Have you went to bettersaferadio.com?
No, I did not know about that site. I'll do that now.
Go check them out and see if they've got it. Those are that's where I go for Wushin radios. In fact, I do have an affiliate link for them, but I'm not going to dig it up right now. If you go back to my, I mentioned it on my favorite handhelds of 2022. The link is in the description there, if you're so inclined. But yeah, Better Safe Radios. they've got a lot of the Chinese radios, the better Chinese radios, as I would say, and some cool antennas and whatnot. So check them out. Let's see.
Thanks.
Yeah, Night Cry. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry, I interrupted you. Go.
Yeah, I guess another question I had just pertaining to your video today. I was curious of what you use for your video switching.
OBS. This is all OBS. And I either click on the little boxes for scenes in OBS, or I use a Stream Deck.
Okay, just curious.
No, yeah, I do get questions on how I do my live stream, and I have no problems answering you. OBS is the trick. It's the secret. It has what did they say? Demonet. I can't remember the term. Anyway, made available to the masses the ability to do live streaming, like people who have very expensive video equipment, very easily.
Open source.
Demystified.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
democratizers
actually,
what I was thinking about, but yeah.
yeah, I do a little bit of stuff with that just from what I do with church. I was just curious of how you do yours. I've been definitely looking at using Blackmagic ATEM switcher, the ATEM Mini Pro. But just curious if you had any experience with it or not.
The Blackmagic, the Blackmagic is a video source switcher, which solves some problems. It actually makes some things a lot easier, but it's just one extra thing that you got to put on the table that you have to mess with. As long as you can feed the video sources into the computer, you can use OBS to switch between them very easily, which is what I do.
Okay.
If you want to get into that Blackmagic box, they have them at a client's place that I work, and they're good. They're a bit glitchy. You have to pull the plug to reset it once in a while, and I think it definitely overheats pretty regularly. So go delicately.
Yeah. All right. I think that was. I was going to say something, but I forgot. Oh, somebody was asking about the flashlight. Yeah, it was the Rovivon. The link is in the description for my Amazon links for that. That is a freaking cool flashlight. But okay, anybody else in there for the first time like to ask a question or just say hi? First timers, please. If there's anybody, otherwise we'll move on. Go ahead. Oh, the FT-70. They're selling for $1,000. What's going on there? Is it used? Tank, where'd that link come from? Bob C is in the text chat. He says, I don't know how to push the PTT. So if you're on a phone, you just got to enable it in the settings. And if you're on a computer, go to the settings and bind it to a key. We use PTT here just like a repeater.
That link appears to be from MTC Radio.
Oh, yeah, they do some crazy stuff.
The crazy 710 deal.
Let's see. B. Lem says, yep, first time. Well, hey, thanks for joining us. He's over on YouTube. If you want to join us and get on the voice chat, you got to take the link in the description for the Discord. All right, I'm pulling this up. Main Trading Company is apparently there is a $50 off sale effective through the 31st of January. I called it. The 710 would get to $1,000 at the holiday season, and that's where it's at right now. $1,039 for the Yaesu 710. I'm not surprised.
And remember, if it snows in Paris, Texas on Christmas Day, it's free.
It's free.
It's looking like it might snow.
So you go over there with a big tank of Helon and put it over the top of the roof when he's not looking.
At some point, the dollar amount you spend there could be more effective to just rent a snow machine and go make snow and cover the store in it, right?
That includes shipping?
I don't know.
What, the free thing? He was talking about it. Apparently, he's got an insurance company that insures him. And if it snows on that day, the insurance company is the one that pays out. So it's really weird.
Only in America.
All right. Let's do a pass through the YouTubers we have here in the show on the after chat. So first up on the list is going down here. Scott, Ham Radio for Non-Techies. How's it going, man?
Going pretty good, Josh. How you doing tonight?
Good, man. Appreciate you being here. How are things?
No, it's going pretty good. The show is great. I know you really couldn't cover everything, otherwise we'd be on the show for the next 3 weeks. But one of the coolest tools that I got this year that I really like, I'm not a big Harbor Freight person, but they had a cool deal on something, had plenty of good reviews, was a butane-powered soldering iron.
Ah, yes.
Because when you're out in the field, yeah, it might not be ideal for, big projects. You need to solder something in a pinch. They're fantastic.
I have built a Pixie Morse code radio with a butane soldering iron, so it's totally doable.
Yeah, for like $30, how can you miss?
Mm-hmm.
I also sent you a link. That flashlight you showed at the end, that little tiny one, does all like 8 different features.
Yeah.
The updated USB-C version is on sale right now, 15% off, $39.
I think that's what the one I have linked in the Amazon store in the description.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so,
it is.
Yeah, all the cool, like the headlamp, the flashlight, all those things have all gone to USB-C. So I'm like about to go buy again just to get the USB-C because I am that serious about converting everything that I have that's micro USB over to USB-C.
I 100% agree. It's so much easier to hook up USB-C in the dark.
Yep, 100%.
But I went ahead and bought one of those tonight, so that'll be here Monday.
Yeah, and do tell me how you like it. I literally think it is the best pocketable flashlight out there.
It's itty bitty. I'm a big flashlight whore. I like my O lights and my in-force lights, all those other kinds of lights and stuff. And this thing might be kind of cool. Just a little EDC, carry everywhere, easy to. I like easy to recharge. The reason I like the O light stuff, it's got that magnetic recharge on the back. You slap on the little thing from across the room, and boom, it's ready to go.
I didn't mention Olight because while I have a ton of them, I don't absolutely love them. Like I have that 10,000 lumen Marauder, or is it 14,000? I don't know. That's always a fun thing to drag out and show off to people.
For 10 minutes.
Yeah, and then it's kind of like, no, it runs for a while. But I do have the ArcLight EDC light, and this is pretty cool. It has the laser on it, which I think is of minimal EDC use. But it's got that connector for the magnetic, and I have a little 4 slot mag charger that I drop all my lights on, and it's right next to my bed. I just throw all the lights on there, and they all charge up. It's really simple.
Yeah,
so in that sense, it's nice.
That's a big seller for me is ease of charging. I can do that in the dark without thinking about it.
I can say 2 things about that flashlight. I have the same one you showed, and I was afraid initially that I'd leave it turned on bright because that thing heats up. I didn't want it to burn a hole in my pocket or explode or something, but no, you can't turn it on with one accidental click. That's why there's the click it twice or 3 times to get into different modes. The other thing was the first time I turned the blue light on, I'm like, this isn't a black light. It's just a blue light. What's going on?
Mm-hmm.
But actually just now I ran it across the tabletop and saw lots of greasy fingerprints. So it is actually a black light. Thanks very much.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Josh, I like that arc feld that you just put on. I bought one and they sent me 2.
Whoa!
One's still in the box.
I was so pissed when I bought that green one. Like the next day, they came out with the orange one, and I was like, "Why? Oh my god!" It was like right before Halloween, and it was very frustrating because I would have got the orange one.
I have 2 orange ones. I'm going to piss you off. I'm sorry.
I'll trade you my green one for the orange one.
I'll get with you offline. We might be able to negotiate that.
All right.
Yeah, I just bought the Odin tack light because I need a new weapons light for my AR, and I couldn't find anything out that was worth it. I looked at Surefire, looked at Streamlight, and the O-Light just outperformed everything as far as I could tell, as far as features you get, ease of use, and longevity.
Excuse me. Here's an interesting question before we go to Mike, I think is next. So this is from Dote Mup. They ask, I've been monitoring FT8 receive only recently with my RTL SDR, and I'm in a pretty interesting location, and it's pretty noisy. In RAW mode, I still decode as well as in USB. Why? So FT8, as a part of the WSJTS, modes of operation, they can listen into the noise to some negative 24 dB of noise. So your computer is smart enough algorithmically to be able to pick up the FT8, screaming FT8 noises that you may be hearing in the background right now, with high noise floor. So that's why FT8 is such a boon for people that live in the suburbs and people who live in high noise environments, that if they can't do single sideband, they can still do FT8. They can still make contacts, which is good. So there's your answer. Oh, now Evan's showing off with the orange. That is a cool color. It's like a copperish orange color. Or gold orange. All right, next. Yeah. Where is Mike, K8MRD? How you doing, man?
Oh, not so bad. How are you?
Good. I'm trying to figure out what's going on with FT8 right now. I'm not making many contacts on 40.
It's probably because FT8 is killing ham radio.
I think it's literally blowing up computers and radios. Yep.
I had some curmudgeon comment on one of my videos the other day about, I think it was on my 10 meter live stream, bitching about FT8. I'm like, FT8's ham radio, dude. Like, and he's like, back in I've been licensed for 40. It gives you the typical resume. I've been licensed for 45 years, and back in my day, we would get on the air and rag chew and stuff. It's like, well, what if you're an introvert and you don't want to talk to people?
Right.
Right. Or what if the bands suck and you want to make contacts? Or what if you just like... It amazes me, in a hobby full of technology, how so many people are afraid to embrace technology. It blows my mind.
I don't get it. And further, I don't get why people care what I do. Like,
I know.
What? Why?
know.
Why do you care? I don't care that you don't use FT8. I don't care that they don't use Morse code. I mean, why aren't they using Morse code, right? It's like, I could always come up with an angle to slam somebody for quote unquote not being good enough in my mind, but I would never do that because who cares? Enjoy your life.
I don't care. It's not worth wasting my time and effort on. So do what you like, and who cares if somebody else does something else? Like, I like my steaks rare. Some people eat them medium. Hell, some people eat them well.
Well,
that's the way you like it. Who cares?
We can all agree that is the devil. No, you can't eat your steak rare. That's illegal.
I
you
mean,
should be put in
will
jail.
scoff at you if you eat a well-done steak.
I'm just kidding. I don't care how you eat your steak.
Mike, you just became my hero, man.
Why is that?
Hang on.
If you order well-done steak, you may as well order chicken.
Chicken sucks.
I would like
No.
You medium rare chicken if you order a well-done steak.
I would like a well-done steak smothered in ketchup, please. That would be my... no, I'm just... Again,
so I am full on OLight. I almost ordered that little flashlight because I am a flashlight freaking nerd. But I was like, you know what? I'm really happy with my OLight Warrior Mini 2, whatever the heck it is. So I'm just gonna keep that.
But how will you negotiate potential emissions in a hotel room if you don't have a blacklight, Mike?
That is a good question.
I'm conflicted on this because I have one of the OLight UV flashlights. And do you actually use the light for that purpose? And what do you do if it's not? Because I almost don't want to know.
Well,
I almost just want to be blissfully ignorant.
In addition to me being an engineering manager and running a YouTube channel, I also am a freelance bouncer, and I use it for checking counterfeit IDs and bills.
As a general rule, if unless I'm in a really nice hotel, I do not use the comforter. They do not wash the comforters at hotels. So
sure,
yeah. I guess I'm just saying I've never done the hotel check. I usually try and get a hotel that I hope I don't have to worry, and then just be blissfully ignorant otherwise.
What's a comforter?
It's fun at parties. It's a fun party trick.
I like shining it on uranium glass. I've got a few pieces.
Oh, you have uranium glass? That's a fun little. So that's a fun little nerdy kind of hobby within the glass collecting space.
Yeah, I'll drop a couple photos in a moment in chat. I'll find some of the crap.
That's cool. That's very cool.
Uranium plates were a genius idea.
Definitely want to eat.
So
out of those things.
I've been catching up on your podcast because the last couple days I've been building the next batch of Big Geeks.
Nice.
I finally just finished them today.
Good for you.
K8mrd.square.site.
Yeah, feel free to
plug.
drop the link and I'll copy it over.
Let's see if I have it here.
I'll pin it on the
Do I have
YouTubes.
Let's see here. So I
got it. Thanks.
I'm still like you guys were just having Thanksgiving today when I was listening, so I'm still a bit back, but I like the new format.
Oh, thank you.
Somebody chimed in about this guy complaining to park activators about using the work bands.
Right.
And I have had I think it's just one guy, and I've had an encounter with him. I was doing an activation a couple months ago on 17 meters, and the guy came on and just started bitching at me.
Yeah.
And I let him have it, as I typically do.
No.
And,
no.
I know, right? Crazy. I'm like, dude, this is not a contest. I'm making context. That's all I'm doing. But again, people just want a reason to bitch. So
right.
I'm like, you know what, dude? Why don't you shoot me an email and let me know? And I gave my email out over the air. Never heard anything from him. So I think it's just a guy that wants to bitch. If people are doing POTA and you are encountered by this guy, just blow him off. He's just an old ornery guy that needs a reason to complain. You're not doing anything wrong. You're not breaking any rules. You can do whatever you want.
Sounds like my wife.
We're not on an established net frequency.
There are no established net frequencies, and nets can go to hell. The other thing I want to
wait,
mention,
he found you. It's Randy K. He's here. He says, "Stay off the work bands, arsehole." He's here. He's here now.
Is that the PO box guy?
He's your man. Oh, where my angrily written letter ripped out of a notebook that is now a part of every one of my
applied
videos.
Physics?
No,
PhD physics.
The guy that you keep getting his mail in your PO box. Or
Ronald
whatever?
Beavers? No, it's not Ron. That's Randy. I don't know. Different guy.
So the other thing I want to mention you'll be happy about, and I still don't get the draw.
Oh, okay.
So I've got the FT5, right?
Yes.
And I just finally figured out how to do APRS. So when I was driving to my buddy's house yesterday, and I put a third antenna on the car, as you do, just so I could hook up the FT5. So I was beaconing APRS all the way down from my house. He lives in Kingwood, it's like an hour south of me. And pulled up, APRS.fi and saw the little breadcrumb things there. But like, what the hell is the point of APRS? I don't get the draw. Like, yeah, you can track yourself, and yeah, you can send text messages.
Yes.
In an emergency, but I'm like, my mentality is, well, if I can send a text message to somebody, couldn't I just PTT the radio and talk to somebody? I mean, I guess not always, but you still have to be in range of a digipeater or something for that to happen. Like, I don't get it. So why is APRS your favorite mode?
You got the breadcrumbs thing. You can do that if you want. You don't need to. You got the text messaging thing. You can do that again. I feel like that's one of its big features. But there's a ton of like connected services to APRS. And yes, it does require an iGate, but the reality is that that's generally when we're all line of sight. That's why you're using it. So you can do things like email. You can do things like text message a loved one. You can do things like spot yourself for POTA, right? There's all kinds of, and SOTA. There's all kinds of interesting things you can do with APRS when you are off the cell phone grid that you otherwise can't do over voice. So you could be on a summit like we were for Thomas Mountain, and it was faster just spotting ourselves on APRS, and that's what we did. Adam was literally running around spotting everybody with APRS instead of using his phone.
Right, so that's pretty cool.
Right, so
I feel that's a whole rabbit hole I don't need to go down, though.
So for instance, when I beacon, a part of my little flavor text that goes on my beacon message that says, like, HRCC, YouTube, etc., it says WinLink. And when I beacon WinLink, I get APR messages back that tell me how many emails I have in my inbox. So then I know to go check my inbox on WinLink. It's just like fun little like handy things you can do, like weather stations, like a physical weather station that you can mount at your house. That can be connected to APRS, and they beacon out APRS with up-to-date weather information. And some of them are pretty robust, particularly in my area. And it's just fun. It's just an extra fun little rabbit hole of ham radio.
You can also put a callback frequency in, which is what I do when I'm traveling. People actually come find me on Simplex after looking at my APRS post.
So some radios, Mike, just FYI, some radios, the FDF5 probably does this. The Kenwoods all do it. So you know how you have an A channel, B channel, and like your B channel is APRS, for instance? So you can tell the radio also beacon what my A channel is on, and then it will beacon out the frequency that you're monitoring on the A channel. And then when you're driving down the road in the middle of nowhere and someone picks you up, if they have the beacon turned on or the notification that someone's monitoring the alternate station, they can actually come and talk to you on the talk-in frequency. So people use it almost like a beaconing system or a range proximity check.
Works really well on flyover states.
Yeah.
Works well on what states?
Flyover states.
Oh.
I still get people mad at me about that. People still come up to me and say, like, "What? Why are you talking crap about flyover states?" I'm like, I'm not talking crap about it. It's just that's what they are. They're flyover states. I like flyover states. I like them. But don't get mad at me because that's what people call them.
Yeah, we live in a flyover state, Mike.
Texas is not really.
Well, I drove here.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. Like, what would you? Kansas, right? Kansas is like a flyover state. It's not necessarily anyone's destination. It's not.
I understood it to be anything other than New York or California.
Well, I guess if you want to take a hard line on that, I always consider it like major metropolis areas are generally like destination cities, right?
Yeah, the way I've always heard it, it's flyover because you're flying between New York and LA. And anything in between is flyover.
That's probably true.
Or you could be magically whisked away to Delaware.
Hey, I'm in Delaware.
There are no commercial flights that go to Delaware, though.
That's because it's too small to have an airport.
Yeah, everyone just flies into Philly. So
the flyover argument is like the argument of where does the South start?
Right.
South United States. Like some people say Mason-Dixon. Some people say south of X states. Like it's all the same.
I would go with the Mason-Dixon.
Yeah,
Have you done
want Maryland, Delaware in there?
So for everybody that's throwing like California hate, I agree with you, and I also don't care.
Pew.
So I totally agree why you don't want to come to California. It's good. Don't come here. Don't come here. I agree. But also every one of my family is here. And so I'm not moving for some amount of time out of California. Not to say I wouldn't, but I literally have all my parents, uncles, cousins, everybody is here. Like we're deep California. Good or bad, California used to be a pretty good place back in the day. Now it's a little rough with the laws. I get it. You don't have to sell me. And I don't know what's going on with the chat room. The chat room's all screwed up. Let me see if I can refresh it.
Have you done a video on the APRS? Like, I know you mentioned it, but like how to spot yourself and all that?
Spot? No. Spot myself, I haven't, because there's already a ton of them out there. And to be honest with you, it would be a 4-minute video. There's so many videos out there on how to spot yourself. Because what I'm going to say, it's like you send this, and then you just replace the park identifier and your call sign, and that's it. Then you send it. That's all you have to do. It's very easy.
It can be a bit buggy too. The gateway that POTA uses, I think. So.
And the push this on the FT-5DR, and then push this, and then push this, and then push this. Bring up this wonky keyboard. Now that's way more than 5 minutes.
So okay, so that would require making a video for every radio that does APRS. If that's what you mean, okay, I understand.
Waiting.
Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah, but there's only one radio in there.
No, well, the Kenwoods.
The FT-5R. That's it. The rest of them all do it crappily or not at all.
There's more mobile radios that do APRS now, oddly enough, than handhelds.
Yeah, the 300. that keyboard would be nice. That sucks.
So the other thing is you can always just take a Baofeng and plug a cable into it and plug it into your phone, and now you're doing APRS, right? Like there's all kinds of ways to make it work now.
That's dirty APRS.
That's dirty. You're rolling dirty. By the way, kudos, Mike. I saw your. Thank you for testing the KMA 400 coax.
Oh, the what the hell? KMR. KMR 400.
Yeah.
Dude, that video is doing freaking awesome. I was like,
well,
I didn't think it would get very many views because it's a freaking coax video, and it's gotten more views than probably all my Messi and Baloney videos.
But it's cheap coax because people, regardless of what your thoughts are on Amazon, right? Everybody's got some really hot opinions on Amazon, and again, I don't disagree with you, but people buy crap on Amazon. Like it's just so convenient that they're going to buy it, even if it's like they don't know, right? And that coax, particularly on Black Friday, was really cheap.
It's not bad. I mean, it's. I mean, I don't get doing that same test that I did with the KMR 400. I don't get what Messi and Poloni specs either. So, it's.
Well, you've got to be careful who's watching this. That could be.
Oh,
could be another email coming your way, Mike.
Oh no.
Well, yeah. The one thing I was curious about, Mike, when you did that video is, okay, so how much less expensive is it than the quote good stuff? So if there's a significant price difference, but there's a small difference in the specs, then that monetary value to me weighs pretty heavily in the decision.
Isn't that what
it's less than $1 a foot for LMR 400, even at the regular price. It's like $70 for the. What the hell is it? I can't remember.
Yeah,
but it's pretty inexpensive.
Isn't that what we used to go to Radio Shack for, Don, back in the day? Just buy expedient coax.
Well, yeah, but that was, I mean, seriously, that was all RG58 too.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was doing CB.
I bought RG8 from Radio Shack.
Yeah, I did too, a little of it, but I bought a hell of a lot more RG58.
So it's $72.99 for that 75 foot run. It's $89.99 for a 100-foot run. So it's 90 cents a foot.
And that's the KMR, right?
Yeah.
But then LMR 400 is how much a foot?
That's
Ultraflex. Now they did short you.
No,
they did short you a
solid
foot.
core.
They did short.
They did short me a foot.
Yeah.
I don't know how much LMR 400 is, but it's.
You got out the measuring tape on that 100 foot.
No, he used his analyzer.
Antenna analyzer.
Yeah, that's why we don't buy nano VNAs. Oh, I'm sorry.
So 75 feet of LMR 400 from Times Microwave is $103.
So, Don, is that where the extra $350 goes? The ability to measure your coax?
Yeah, what analyzer? Sure. What analyzer will let you do that? Because I've had the MFJ one.
The Rig Expert.
The MFJ one will do it, but the Rig Expert. If you watched my video, you'd see. But it's the Rig Expert Stick Pro.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Well, all the Rig. A lot of the Rig Experts do it.
I got a 1400 and several.
Yeah, the 230 doesn't do all those functions.
Josh,
God damn it!
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, Josh. You know that new yellow Stick Pro stick you have?
Yes.
Do you have a price on that? Because I can't find a price on it yet.
I don't. And so I got a random message from Rig Expert, and they're like, "We're sending this to you." And I said, "Okay, cool." And so I got it, and I used it in a video tuning up that antenna, and I'm chatting with them, and they're like, "By the way, this is the first one in the country. We're still tooling with the boxes and doing a bunch of other stuff, so make some videos if you want to." And I'm like, "Oh wow, okay, thanks." So I don't know. I've heard that obviously it's going to be less than the Pro, but to how much I don't know because they're kind of similar. So
what's the difference between it and a Pro?
The screen is different, the color of the unit is different, and the maximum frequency of the Pro is higher than the 500. Remember, the easiest thing with Rig Expert is to remember the number is always the maximum frequency.
Yeah, but the Pro only goes to 600, right? So it's only 100 more.
Exactly, and nothing from 500 to 600-ish that the Pro does is amateur radio. So
right.
if you need So I think the Stick 500 is like perfect because it's 70 centimeters and then all the way down through HF, which is exactly what hams want. If you want, because remember, at some point, analyzers and test equipment, spectrum analyzers, all that stuff, they become extremely expensive when you get into the high frequency stuff. Very expensive. So once you get 70 centimeters covered, if that's all you really need, there's no real reason to go higher than that. If you're not planning on doing 900 or into the microwave space, into the gigahertz, and there's no reason to drop that kind of coin. It's very expensive.
So does the yellow one do the VNA, the cable measurement stuff?
The VNA does not, right?
Yeah, the VNAs do not. That's actually
No, I mean does the yellow one, the new one that they're coming out with that you've got, does it do the cable measurement?
I'm sorry, off the top, Mike, what was the setting for the? I don't remember what the setting was.
So, grab your stick, and then you'll
done.
You'll
I'm grabbing my stick. Hold on.
Steady.
Push the stop button. Hang on.
Yeah. What am I looking for?
The stop button, the red square.
It's C-Len, right?
Oh no, yeah, C-Len, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So just push the plus button now. You're already on it.
We'll do it live. Hold on. Where's the? Let me get a piece of coax.
Do it now.
We'll do it now.
Get your toy and get back to the carpet.
Here's just a jumper. Let's see what it does.
I've been wanting to get a Pro, but I may wait if that does it, because that's the only thing.
Is that RG8X?
The guy who does House of Ham YouTube channel.
Yep, that's
did
right.
A comparison, and he said it's only $40 less.
Yeah, so that's 0.78 of a meter. That's correct. That's a jumper. That's just a jumper cable.
Well, you got to have the right velocity factor.
Oh, that's true. I don't know what that is.
I'm looking. Is that RG8X you have?
Hold on. It's a Cable Experts. Let's go with RG8X. Let's just do that.
All right, hang on. I'm pulling up the velocity factor now. I feel that's like 66, but I don't.
That's what it was on. But yeah.
Well, just what it is. But
right, the measurement was accurate, I think. So let's. So one, it has the feature. So that was the big question. So it has what you want.
Yes. Yeah, so you just put in the right velocity factor, and you can change it up and down, and it'll change the length. But I always just run it again.
Mm-hmm.
Why is Type
and have it? And then unfortunately for our friends in the UK, it does not have Type N connector.
Right. So here, for me, I would prefer the SO239 on everything from 70 centimeters and under. But I get N connector is a better connector.
Yeah, Mike can tell you that UK, the Type N is used in the from 440 up generally on a lot of radios. We don't, but they do.
The SO239 is not spec'd above 300 megs.
That's true. You're right. But we use it for 70 sims. That's what we do.
And you know what? They can put the adapter on rather than us having to put an adapter on. Damn it.
I will. Somebody posted in the chat. Who was it?
It doesn't even matter.
How did I miss it? Where is it?
I don't know if I got through, but the guy at House of Ham YouTube channel did a comparison, and he got a number that it was only $40 less than the Pro. And that kind of might hint, he didn't say this, but it kind of might hint that maybe the Pro is going to get updated into something more than $40 worth.
Well, again, what more do you want out of it? Like what more could it do that it's not already doing, right? Like,
well, the 9.5 just came out. Who wants to play? Well, no, you're talking about Intel. I'm sorry.
Well, they
changed the velocity factor to where the heck did it go? 78.
Okay.
And Rig Expert has analyzers that go up to 2000. So maybe they're going to update it up to the 2000 level. I don't know who uses that, but obviously they have them and they're selling them, or they wouldn't make them.
So it's
we will when we all rush out and buy 905s. Beg your pardon, Josh.
No, you're okay. That's a 3-foot jumper. So let's go with.
Quick test. Is my push to talk working now?
Your push to talk is working.
Awesome. I'll wait until we have a break, but glad to know I got it figured out.
Yes, W2AEW, by the way, everybody in the chat giving him the props he deserves. Good channel, good guy. Well, I don't know him personally, but through his videos, he is a knowledgeable ham, and I definitely recommend people check him out. Agreed.
So the difference that we know of is unusable, not ham frequency in the screen?
For the Pro.
Yeah, the Pro versus the new one.
Yeah, and like we do have here, we have a lot of radios running 900 megahertz all the way up to 1.2 gig. So there are some hams that are running in those frequencies, but not a lot. But they do make analyzers. Like I've got a 1400, and the only reason I bought the 1400 was because it was on, I think it was about $299. They were dumping them off at Gigaparts. So, but it's nice to have things up that level on occasion. But I would say it's very rare.
Seamus!
Which screen do you like better, Josh?
Hold on. Seamus, thank you so much for the super chat. Haven't seen you in a little while, man. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you in there. Appreciate it. So, you know, a lot of people said they prefer the Pro because of the screen, which I like him. I like them both. I don't really have any big complaints. But if you're in the field and you're doing something in the field, which this is designed to be in the field, you can't go wrong with the e-ink. You can't, it won't glare out on you. It's always visible. It's impossible not to be able to use it in the field.
Bluetooth in the app on the phone, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to do something in depth, you just put it on the phone anyway.
And unless you're like late shift, unless you're the late shift field day guy and you got to go screw around with an antenna in the dark, then yeah, okay, you're gonna have to drag a flashlight with you to see the ink. I get that, but you know, for most of us, we're operating, you know, in the daylight, so it's like, yeah, it's, you know, I like the e-ink personally.
That does have Bluetooth, right?
Yeah, it's the same. From what I understand, it's very much the same as the 230. It just has higher frequency, different color, and the no, that's it. It has the e-ink. That's the same as the 230.
I think it's a great alternative.
Well, I like the way they're heading. That you get you don't pay too much more, and you get up to 500. I feel that an analyzer, like for everybody watching, my viewpoint is if you're going to get an antenna analyzer, it should be 70 centimeters down through HF. That's my opinion. I think that's the sweet spot.
I don't know. $40 less than the Pro would make it a lot more expensive than the 230.
So,
right?
But
translation: buy a Nano VNA.
No way.
Not in the field. I wouldn't. I don't like using the Nano VNA in the field. I hate it actually.
Sucks.
I hate it. In the shack, like if I'm dinking around with filters and I want to see a Smith chart and all that stuff, sure, absolutely. It's nothing that the stick is takes away from the Nano VNA, and nothing that the Nano VNA is takes away from the stick. They're separate tools. They do similar things, and you can do one to do the other stuff too. But they're just different. They really are.
I hate the guitar pick.
I understand. You can buy a stylus though.
Flipper.
Did you really?
I've ordered a flipper.
Good for you. You'll have fun. You will have fun with that, I bet.
Oh yeah, that's right up your alley.
Knowing you, yes, you will be getting into shenanigans with that. Don't get yourself in trouble though, man.
No, I won't.
Somebody posted a question that I'm gonna let Mike respond to. Let me see if I can find it. Yes, got it. So Magic Band wrote in Discord, anyone have experience using DX Commander on POTA? Why would someone go with it versus an end-fed half-wave, for example?
Mike?
DX Command. Where's your thing?
I don't have the echo button, but I can do the DX Commander.
So the DX Commander is a fantastic antenna. I love it. And why you would use it over an end-fed is simple. And I commented in the chat, but it's a resonant multiband antenna that doesn't require the use of any kind of transformer like an end-fed half-wave. So there's no losses associated with that. I have my DX Commander. I have more bands resonant than what an end-fed half, unless you're using an 80-meter end-fed half-wave. But you can kind of make it whatever you want. So, for example, I made my DX Commander Expedition. I have 40, 20, 17, 15, 12, and 10. And I did, if you search my channel, I did a video. Let me see, I can post it here, where I kind of did a hack where I added another element. There, it's in the chat now. Using the feed point connector. I'm like, well, that's another connection I could put a wire on. So I have all these bands that are all resonant. The thing gets out.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a kick-ass antenna. I mean, there's a reason it's one of my absolute. I mean, it's in my top 2 favorite antennas that I own.
Yep.
So one is the PAC-10 NFED half-wave. The other is the DX Commander Expedition.
It's a funny like compromise on the time that you have to set up the antenna, the amount of time you're operating, and the performance you need. I feel. By the way, you can go back and look at my channel. I did a video when I was at Big Bear, California. I set up the DX Commander Expedition, 2 NFED half waves, and a Chameleon MPass antenna, the vertical with the vertical whip. And when we did our whisper tests and our FT8 tests, the Commander got out further, particularly I was running QRP. So I believe through, my everyman kind of testing approach that the DX Commander gets out further in comparison to the NFED half wave. That depends, of course, how well you've set up the NFED, how, high up out of the air you get it and all that stuff. But if you consider the speed of setup, the MPass is the fastest, then the NFED half wave, then the DX Commander. What I think a lot of people have assumed is that the DX Commander takes longer to set up than it really does. The first time you set it up, yes, you've got to tune the elements and make it a good antenna. But after you've done that and you bundle things appropriately and use little cable ties and all that, setting it back up is actually very quick. It's not as fast as an NFED. And there was a comment about all the radials. There's not that many radials, and they're bundles of 4 feet. So that's not that big a deal to set up at all. It's very easy to set up. So if you've got like a weekend thing coming up or a full long day of operating, DX Commander's great.
Field day.
Field day's great, yeah.
And you don't have to put every antenna on it either, or every wire. I run mine 20 meters and 40 meters a lot when I want to take it out.
Yeah, sure.
Mm-hmm.
And it'll take legal limit.
So are you guys going to try the new plates that Callum's developed?
I didn't know if we were supposed to talk about that, but if you've heard about that too, then yes. About
yeah,
the
he's
plates?
made videos on it.
Oh, okay, good. I didn't know if that was some kind of insider info. I didn't want to let the smoke out of that one.
It's available for sale.
I
now.
have them.
Didn't you just get them? I was just going to say, didn't Mike just get them?
Well, are you going to update that video, Mike?
I'm going to do a video on them. Yeah.
Heck yeah, that's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's awesome that Callum is still, innovating and updating his products. Here, I'm posting a picture now. There you go.
Well, but he uses them. That's the difference between him and a lot of other people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Beauty.
So why would you
with the
go
pocket
with
knife
the
for the
DX
picture?
Commander over a speaker wire dipole?
Speed, multiband.
There's many reasons.
Yeah, there's no, and I think Mike. I don't want to speak for Mike. I'll let him correct me if I'm wrong here.
Do it.
There's no like wrong antenna here. It's really just like have a sit down and think about how much time you have. How light do you want your pack to be? Are you backpacking? Are you just pulling crap out of a trunk? All those things are considerations of like what antenna you should bring into the field. And once you kind of actually, I got to be honest with you, you kind of learn it through doing. A lot of people don't just sit down and go like, these are all the things I must have. Like, you don't really know what you like and what you don't like until you've done it enough, right? So these are all just things that I've learned from, doing the radio in the field, right? So, yeah. Mike, feel free to comment on that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's you find, I say this all the time, but I literally have no idea how many antennas I own at this point.
Right.
And I keep going back to the same antennas.
Yeah,
because they just work that well for me.
Yeah.
So, I mean, is the DX Commander as compact as a PAC-10? Of course not.
No.
Or any NFED, you just coil up the wire and throw in your bag? No. I mean, I have I use a little Carhartt lunch bag thing to keep all of my elements in. and all the spreaders, all the bits and bobs go in that bag, and then you have the actual 10-meter mast for the DX Commander, which it'll all fit in a backpack.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to go hiking miles and miles through the woods with it, for QRP activation or something, but we've taken it to, so like, for example, on January 1st, we're going to go and activate Galveston Island again with Jason and whoever in Texas or anywhere wants to come. We bring out the DX Commander for that. Any more special event where we're hosting a bunch of people or something, the DX Commander always comes out for that. I use an NFET half-wave more often just because it's faster to set up.
Yep.
But it only takes like 15 minutes to set up the DX Commander. It's not hard.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, TC Fitz, for the super chat. Appreciate you.
Hey now. It's just great. It's a great antenna. I love it. I absolutely love it.
Let's take Shane's question, and then we'll open it back up because I think there's some people that got their PTT sorted, and they're probably in there.
Are you going to skip Scout then?
What did I skip? Scout? Did I skip you? Sorry, bud. What's the Scout? Go ahead. Did you have something?
Well, no, he's a YouTuber, right?
Scout
75. Oh, we're
here.
Yeah, go for it, man. Sorry about that. I did skip you. Sorry. How are you, Scout? Sorry about that, bud.
Well, thanks for letting us pup run us the dig dogs. I don't really call myself a YouTuber, but thanks. Life is good.
What are you working on? Anything you want to mention? Or just tell people to go check out a video or something?
No,
Oh, you all right?
Sorry, I had to turn off some background stuff. No, life is all good here. Just lived in the winter. You know what? I got way too many technical difficulties going on.
Scout's got a lot going on in the background. You're good, man. It's cool. Don't worry about it. Yeah, let's drop his, for people that don't know. Let me pull him up. There is Scout. There he is.
Yeah, I dropped him.
Well,
thanks very much. Appreciate it.
I'll drop the link there in the YouTubes. Go check out Scout. Good stuff.
And there's K5YVY. Of course, he's not on chat.
Yeah, where's he at?
Yeah, I think he's on YouTube.
Is he on YouTube? Is he? I didn't see him.
Yeah,
he just posted. So I just saw it come up in the restream.
Yeah, he was doing 10 meters live yesterday.
Well, that's still today, Mike.
I talked to him on Toad's talk group on YSF, and he said he was going to hop on, but yeah, he was on his Droid Star app.
Right on.
Yeah, and I got the two T-shirts that he designed for me. I got those in the mail today. So,
hey Josh, I got a question for you.
Yeah, we'll take your question. Then we got a good one in the Discord. So we'll go ahead, Shane.
Okay, I'll make it quick then.
Mm-hmm.
One of my coworkers and I really wanted a field day this year at Thomas Mountain.
Oh, okay.
And my question is there any kind of camping permits or anything that are required for that, or do you need to contact someone to get access to the place, or what?
No. Well, the first of all, you should probably run this by Adam K6ARK just to double check what I'm about to say, and he's not here. Otherwise, I'd let him answer this. No, it is generally you do need 4-wheel drive. I take that back. All-wheel drive is fine. A Subaru got up, no problem. Actually, I think a rear-wheel drive vehicle got up, but it's off-road. And there is one area, at least when we were there, where there was a pretty sizable trench that you had to drive over. There was no way around not driving over it. So consider that in your planning. You do need something that is semi-off-road capable, at least, to get there. Obviously, you're saying field day, right? Field day?
That's correct.
Oh, you're probably good. It's going to be dry. You don't want to go up there if it's snowing and not have 4-wheel drive.
Oh, yeah, no, this will be in June, and he also has an Xterra that is identical to yours, but it's silver.
Oh, cool.
And
yeah, they would have no problem.
He has an ICOM 7000 in it with a Tar Heel 2 and a Kenwood TM 742 in it.
Nice. Very nice. Yeah, you'll have no problem getting up there in that. That's not an issue. Well,
okay. Cool.
So we got a comment on Twitch. By the way, thanks for watching on Twitch. There's not a whole lot of people over there. But hey, I thank you for checking us out. K Groob 1 says, "What is the purpose of ham radio?" I'll take a quick jab at it. Then anybody wants to add to my point, feel free. So one, it's considered a service within the FCC, and service within the FCC can mean a couple of things. But under that umbrella is the concept that hams that are licensed are continuing the art of and the science of continuing capabilities of being able to transmit and receive with radio frequencies. We're all licensed by the FCC to be able to transmit, and that allows us to use radios like we're talking about to send our RF to different locations, and it could be all local stuff via like handhelds, or it could be beyond line of sight stuff, long distance communications. And we can do voice and Morse code, but what I'm doing right here is using digital modes where my computer is connected to my radio for transmitting. So the service aspect of it is like emergency preparedness type of stuff. There are multiple hams that volunteer for emergency response stuff where they can augment other forms of communication when you are off grid. So wildland firefighters, emergency responses where cell phones are taken out. Ham radio is great for that because we can be completely ad hoc in nature. Now, is that what we all do? No. For a lot of us, it's just a hobby where we have fun kind of exploring what's possible in ham radio and making contacts with far-off locations and adding them to our logbook for cool contacts. I'll stop. I could keep going, but I'll let somebody else add to that if they'd like to. Feel free. Who wants to jump in on that? What is the purpose of ham radio?
It's a never-ending search for knowledge as well.
Oh, that's very that's very Vulcan of you. The way you stated that.
Well, I mean, ham radio can be just basic. You get on sideband and talk on voice, and that's it. Or it can take you to the extreme of, hey, we're building, a node to connect via the internet to talk to people, and or you get to the point where it's like, hey, like this loop on the ground antenna looks pretty nifty. Let's build one. So it's a always evolving hobby that you can be as simple or as eccentric as you want it to be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true.
I am a ham. I like radios.
There's kind of it just came to me. So I grew up, and to me, a hacker, right? There's this term hacker, right? Hacker means so many things. Originally, the term came from the idea of like, I see a thing, I want to know how that thing works. And it could be a mechanical thing, and so I like mechanical things. But it could be a thing based in technology, and it's like, okay, I want to figure out how that works. And that could be learning the operating system or the programming that goes into it or the electronics that go into it, etc. So it turns out, as we've discovered, that hams are of that mindset. They want to know how things work. And if you get right down to it, RF technology advancements have driven many of the advancements that you see today, like on your phone. Many of the things that we have done with ham radio have been at the novice amateur level where we're experimenting and having fun and kludging things together. Well, then companies come along and go, well, hey, we can do something like that, and we'll encapsulate it in the little glass box, and you can use that same capabilities just in this more like refined and integrated thing. So hams really are out there just kind of like pushing the envelope of what's possible ultimately with technology and integrating it into how you can use it to transmit over RF and etc. So somebody else, go ahead. Somebody was ready to talk. Go ahead.
I have something to say, but
yeah, go on the question of yeah, go for it, man.
On this, it's also one to many. So, like a lot of the bike rides and different events that happen around here, the runs and things that are all around the city, the hams will help out with, because it's events where you need lots of people to hear something, immediately. And it's where cell phones, it's great for 1-to-1, but you don't want to make like 1,000 phone calls every time you need to announce something, right?
Right.
And not the least of which was I was listening to this midnight bike ride that happened, and there was a guy that some irate business guy that wanted to literally move the cones and drive his big truck down the course where people were biking with their little kids and everything.
Oh no.
And yeah. And because they were smart enough ahead of time to pair a police officer, one of the many police officers that were around, with a ham radio person, the instant the person that was at that crossroads hit the PTT, okay, I mean, the police were on it, where imagine if someone wants to go mow down basically a bunch of people because he wants to get to his business and can't wait like an hour, right?
Yeah.
So, this guy instantly had police response versus dialing 911, going through the dispatch, trying to get someone out there, right? I mean, it was like instant. So things like that, that one-to-many for instant communication is another advantage of it.
Yeah, interestingly enough, who was it? Magic Band says, though I will say there are quite a few hams who don't care to understand how it works and just enjoy talking on local nets in the repeater. Yeah, that's the other fun aspect of it is like, I don't want to put too much like gravitas on it. Yeah, there's a lot of us that are just hacking around and doing stuff. I don't do that most of the time. Most of the time I'm just talking on the radio, that's just fun. It's just a fun thing. And that's the cool aspect of the hobby is that it's all of those things. It's everything. Anything that is RF, right? Which everything is RF. Ham radio has their fingers in it some way.
Anybody ever seen Independence Day?
Somebody screen cap that one.
Anybody seen Independence Day where they're using Morse code because all the other communication systems are down?
That is the yeah. Yeah. Oh, the Americans have come up with a plan. Oh, that's an Australian guy. No, he was British in ID4. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Like the aliens wouldn't know what Morse code is or how to, work.
Well, their secrets still got out, but that's the only way they had to communicate.
Yeah, sure. I mean, okay. I'm not going to go down the rabbit hole of my whole problem with that scene in ID4. Like, there's no other ways to communicate beyond line of sight. Just ham radio is the only one doing it. Not really. That was just Morse code was what they were using. That yeah. You know what I mean.
Also, the emergency stuff that we did in Puerto Rico after the hurricane.
Yeah, so that's actually an interesting one. So literally Puerto Rico was leveled, right? There was all standard traditional communication was gone. And I know I hopefully don't have to state this for anybody watching, but your phones can't talk to other phones. They have to be facilitated to talk through the cell phone grid. I'm simplifying it a lot, but they don't talk phone to phone. Well, Puerto Rico got leveled, all traditional means of communication, and by traditional I mean service-based, like you pay a company to provide the service of communication to you. We're gone. So hams stepped up and rebuilt repeater networks on hospitals. Like they were literally putting up antennas on hospitals to be able to communicate between the hospitals to move people to and from and communicate with people on the ground, moving people that needed aid to the hospitals, etc. And that all happened just by hams building an ad hoc network of communication. And mind you, they did that after their own antennas and repeaters and etc. had all been taken out. So they rebuilt all of it very quickly. And that's the best part about ham radio is that it's all ad hoc. Like everything we've been talking about. We were just griping over the fact that it takes us 30 more minutes to set up one antenna versus another antenna. So time is of the essence to hams. We're very much like I got to get this up and running as fast as possible so I can get on the air, right? I mean, that's our whole jam. So they line up really well when you think about it in that sense.
I've only been in this about 5 or 6 months, but I am still adapting to the idea of how much ham radio is tied into other communication services and things that are not independent, like the internet, everything, and it's wonderful. I love using my HT to be able to talk to somebody in, Ireland or something.
Yeah. And there's a whole like intention versus randomality that we have fun with. In regards to a lot of the times when we get on the air, we're just like, I want to just make a call, and I want to hear back anybody that can hear me. I just want to, like I'm doing right now. Like everything I'm doing right now is just everybody that can hear me. And by the way, let me get rid of the chat because otherwise this is going to be confusing for folks that are watching me for the first time. Where is my chat screen? Get out of the way, chat. Where's the chat? Hold on. Sorry, I apologize. There it is, somewhere. Okay, so this is all the pink lines are all the other hams that can hear my signal right now. That's not to say that they are responding to me, but they can hear me. So from my location, my geographic location, I am now transmitting a signal that they are receiving. That's pretty powerful when you look at it. I'm getting down to South Africa right now and into UK and Hawaii and and Alaska. Look at that. Three stations in Alaska. That's pretty powerful, right? If you think about it like that. And that's not AT&T being involved, I'm not paying anybody any money. It's literally an antenna on my roof and a radio in my shack that I'm communicating with right now, which to me is always just amazingly fun. And go ahead.
My first reaction when I realized, wow, these guys are all bailing out and just shifting all the attention to FT8 and all this digital stuff and repeaters and everything. But that's just my first reaction was, well, it's like taking a giant sailboat out into the winds of the ocean, but leaving the motor on all the time. And it's like, well, why are you doing this? But I'm getting it. The power of it. And it all comes down to what you said. It's not one thing, it's everything. And everything gets better, and you understand everything better by doing everything else. So I'm on board. So yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, it's the when you look into the void looks back. That's kind of what ham radio is like a hobby. If you tried to look at it all as like one thing, which this is a really hard question to answer because you're literally trying to encapsulate something that is so massive. RF is everywhere. Like it is a part of our electromagnetic spectrum. You can't it's hard to distill it, right? We're doing the best we can to kind of explain it, but like it's complicated. And that's kind of the best part about it is that it's complicated and you can spend an entire life just having fun with it as both rewarding and expanding your knowledge and just rewarding in the enjoyment of its use, which is the joke that we always say is ham radio is the hobby where you use the hobby to talk about the hobby, right? That's the long-running joke in ham radio. Somebody asked, what am I using? I'm using a ICOM IC7610 is my transceiver, but you don't need a radio as advanced as that to do what I'm doing. In fact, you can use a very cheap, inexpensive radio to do what I'm doing. But I do have a very good antenna on my roof. So good. That was a great question. I love it. All right. What else? Let's see. Did we lose? Oh, no, he's still there. I was going to ask.
I just wanted to add.
Yeah.
That.
Oh, please. Yeah.
I can remember watching a YouTube video of a guy, I'm assuming it was the UK by the accent, but there was a ham who was able to hear somebody's call who didn't have cell reception and called 911 for him. And he was kind of the relay between that person in need and the dispatcher who was with somebody else in a crisis.
Yeah, if you go back and either listen to this week's podcast or last week's podcast, Ham Radio Crash Course podcast, my wife, we read emails on the podcast, and somebody emailed us to let us know about they were in a snowstorm, and they got stuck in some ice, and their car ended up sliding off the road, and they were off cell phone grid, if you will, and they one of the parties in the car got out and used some rope to kind of like stabilize the car just so it didn't slide more. And in the process of doing it, the rope snapped. It like came and injured their leg. So they had this, a decent injury. I don't know if they broke their leg, but it was bad enough that they decided they needed emergency help. And so the gentleman in the car got out their ham radio, and they walked up to a higher vantage point where they could make a call for help, and they tried different repeaters. They finally found a repeater 70-something miles away. Mind you, no cell phone reception here. and they're working with the radio to call the person on the repeater. The person on the repeater ended up making the emergency contact to first responders, who then drove out and rescued them. And he believes that if it wasn't for ham radio, they could have potentially died. I don't know if that's true, but it was cold enough that they couldn't have been out there for very long, and they didn't have enough supplies to be able to like sustain themselves. They weren't in like off-road vehicle with, that was very equipped or anything like that. So that's just one example, but you can Google many examples of that kind of stuff.
Josh?
Yeah, go for it.
I just posted in the live stream chat on the Discord a small video that the British Forces News did recently, where during the Falklands War, the British forces freed this Falklands radio ham, and they managed to cobble together a transceiver, and they were passing messages back to the UK, where a radio ham in the UK was getting phone numbers and then phoning the Marines arm and armies families and telling them that they were okay. So there's a video in the live chat about it.
All right, I'm going to copy the link and I'll drop it for you guys. I love stories like these. That's super cool. So you guys go check that out. My family just got home. I got to run to the restroom really quick anyway. So a couple of people asked earlier, by the way, everybody in the Discord, you guys can keep chatting. But if you're listening to me on YouTube or Twitch and you didn't catch the opening song, which I hinted at when I kicked off the live stream earlier, I made this song. It's kind of a joke of people on ham radio. Sometimes we get some salty folks. Anyway, I'm going to play some memes and I'll be right back. So you guys hang out. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Go ahead on the Discord. You guys keep talking.
How about those log antennas?
So I have another question, actually. So my local radio club is getting ready to do a test session, and I'm considering going for that session to get my general. Is there any type of paperwork or anything that needs to be done for that, or is it kind of a just show up type of thing? Because I know with getting the tech, you had to fill out paperwork with the FCC and getting the FRN number. Is there any type of prep that need to be done for that, for the general, or is it all just
ID?
Okay.
Yeah, just something that says you are who you say you are.
Yeah, the paperwork with the technician was setting you up in the ULS database. Since you're already in the database, all you need to do is just prove who you are, and then it updates on the back end.
Let me be the first to say congratulations on your general.
Thanks. It's been a minute. I kind of stopped studying for it. Had to deal with other things in life, but figured I might as well go ahead and give it a shot. Honestly, I was only about a few questions away from getting general. Well, no, I got 50% of the general test when I did my tech. So, considering I didn't study at all for the general when I did my tech, that did make me feel pretty cool, pretty good. And I know that about 1/3 of the general question pool can be from the tech. So, yeah.
Do you already have an HF rig, or are you waiting to pass your general to do that?
No, I don't have anything yet. Waiting for my wallet to tell me that I'm approved.
Yeah, I was gonna say, as soon as you get that general, if you have the ability to get on the air, there's nothing that breaks through pileups more than calling that stroke AG.
Cool. I will keep that in mind. I've been actually thinking. I haven't put any real research into it as far as looking at HF rigs and just kind of seeing what's out there. Right now, pretty much the only thing I'm really familiar with and that I've had hands-on experience with is the 7300, which honestly, for what I would want to do, seems like that might be the route to go. Of course, right now I know I can't use the full capabilities of the 7300, but I would rather look at something that I can do more with in one box than having 50. Trying to learn from everyone else's experiences than having to have them all myself.
I'm back. Sorry, everybody. Ben, did you want to show your thing? Here, come around and you gotta. Can you?
Hey, Mike.
He wanted to show his Captain America
MRD.
glass thing, so there you go. All right, thank you. Mike KNRD from Shane, DE Shane here. There you go.
Yes.
Oh,
My
he
apologies.
might be grabbing something to eat. He's muted right now.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering.
I'm here.
Oh,
there
he
he is.
I was getting some water.
Water. First of all, I said you're my hero because of how much you don't like people, because I can totally concur with that. And
that's also a trend in ham radio.
Secondly, how long did it take you to get your what's it, the DX Commander mast, the 10-meter mast from the UK, shipping wise?
Oh, a matter of days. It's insanely fast.
Faster than
Really?
you can click.
From the UK?
Faster than you can click purchase.
Like if you're gonna order it tomorrow, you'll already have it today. That's how fast it is.
It is stupid how fast Callum ships.
Holy
Amazon.
shit,
I don't know how Callum ships as fast as he ships.
Yeah.
He uses DHL. DHL is really good, and
is it
I
expensive?
don't know. Yeah, I think it's like $45 shipping, something like that.
Okay, because I know he has all his prices in like pound. No, not is it euro? No, pounds. Is it pounds on his website?
Pounds. Yeah. You'll have to go through.
It's pretty close to the dollar. You're not going to be that grossly off. But go to Google and you can do a conversion for pounds to dollars or whatever. But
about
you'll be amazed
$120.
at how fast it is.
That's crazy. Because I'm looking for a mast solution for my NFET half waves, and because I want to set up a base station, I got the FT-710 for $845. So
what?
Yeah.
Wait, what'd you get? What'd you get, Shane? What'd you get?
FT-710
for how much?
For $845.
How?
Directly from Yaesu.
What you got? Huh? Wait, what?
Are you an employee?
I'm an employee of HRO.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah. But it was a smoke and deal. I couldn't
Hook
pass
a brother up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Easy now.
You shouldn't have said that.
Mm.
Yeah,
Now-
just order it. You'll have it. You'll have it by the end of the order it Monday. You'll have it probably by Thursday at the latest.
Especially for this time of Christmas. That's impressive.
There's your perk to consider a job at HRO. Ben, you better close that door you just walked away from. There's your perk to go consider a job at HRO.
There's one near
I
me.
wouldn't leave it too much longer though. The time for post to America is coming to an end in the UK before Christmas.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Yeah. When I ordered my expedition, Callum, I literally ordered it one night and I had it the next morning. And I don't know how the hell he did that.
I still don't know like what he has. I was just chatting with him vaguely about something. And then like the next day, no, 1 day later, something showed up. I'm like, what are you doing, man? How does one do what you do like with shipping?
He has
It's
a
crazy.
secret Concorde hidden in a hangar.
Yeah, he has the last Concorde, a secret Concorde that just ships DX commanders.
When you're a lord, you can make things happen.
So you dug this special pit and he just dropped them in.
Which mast do you have, Mike?
Several, but the 10-meter expedition pole specifically is the one that I take portable, regardless of whether I'm using the DX Commander Expedition or I just need a 10-meter mast.
And that's
So,
the
I
one
have
you
two of
used.
them.
That's the one you used in your video with the pack tenna.
Well, so I had probably, but I have a Pac 10 mast that's literally the exact same thing, but it's gray. But either the Pac 10 mast or the DX Commander Expedition, which I think on his website he calls like the Soda POTA pole or something like that.
Yeah.
It's a shorter version. When it's collapsed, it's 60 centimeters, so slightly less than 24 inches tall when it's collapsed. It's very compact.
How tall is it extended?
10 meters. So what is that? 33 feet or something?
Yeah, 33 feet.
Because I tell you what, masts over here are really hard to find.
Good ones.
Yeah. Well, there's also shoot, who is it? Spider Beam. They make excellent masts, and they're very affordable as well.
Spider Beam. Are they
I don't
in
know
stock?
if you probably Yeah, I in one of my Mailbag Monday videos a few weeks ago, I always get questions about these, and it's really masts are hard to get, and it's really I will usually always recommend the DX Commander Expedition or Spider Beam. And the last I checked, the Spider Beam were all available.
I do like the Soda
their
Beams.
12-meter mast is incredible. My buddy Ryan has that, although it doesn't collapse as small as the DX Commander. So you have to decide what is more important to you. I like the DX Commander because it's 2 feet tall when it's collapsed, where the Spider Beam I think is probably like 4 feet or so. So it's considerably larger when it's collapsed.
The Soda Beams masts are really good too, and those are more portable.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the same thing as like the Pac-10. They're all kind of the same thing. There's minor differences, but yeah.
I think it was Pac-10 that had on their website they're like out of everything because of parts availability or something.
Yeah, he hasn't had masts in a while, but you got to understand, Pac-10 is a small company. That's not George's full-time gig. He just makes antennas, and he has an assembly house make them for him. I wish he would be more in stock more often, but that's just the nature of the beast. So they're definitely worth the wait, though.
Has anybody mess with the Jack Kite? Masts?
I have one. They're bulky and they're tough to pack in a backpack. That's why I moved to the Soda Beams. And the Jack Kite is more like rigid. If you can guy it and stand it up, it'll stay true. The other issue is the Jack Kite is literally a kite pole, so there's like an eyelet at the end, which you can use to connect an antenna to, but it's like not really for ham radio, if you will. It doesn't mean you can't use it. I mean, we do stuff like that all the time.
Yeah, I've got one of those too, and it's a lot more flimsy than the Spider Beams.
Somebody tuned up right on my frequency. What the heck? All right. So we. Oh, go ahead, Don.
Well, I was just going to ask: has anybody ever done any business with max gain systems?
No. What do they do?
Well, they're makers of the masts.
They make masts, and then they not only that, but they make parts for hex beams and all kinds of ham radio related stuff, basically. And
I think it's MFJ's supplier.
They supply actually a lot of people, but yeah, you can buy direct from them though. And the reason, I mean, they just keep like I get the ads on Facebook for them all the time, which is a whole hell of a lot less offensive than some of the ads they throw at you. But at least but yeah, they have fiberglass rods and all kinds of things to make push-up masts and, build yourself kind of things. And I just don't know. I've never known anybody to talk about them. So I don't know if they're good or bad or indifferent.
The old ham guy did a review of their 30-footer. I just posted their website.
Did he build it himself or did he buy one of theirs?
He built, but it was one of his I've forgotten what it's called. Somebody sent him one, and you had to some self-assembly was required.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they actually I like those masts that clip. I really don't like the pull and twist, but they actually sell the clips for the rods. So build it yourself.
All the MFJ ones that are clips are them.
If you want a good clipping mast that's really portable, the new Gigaparts ones are really nice. The one that I used on the last video where I tuned up the Coffee and Ham Radio's antenna, that is a really nice mast.
Yeah, well, I've got the 50-foot carbon fiber, and I swear I carry that with me in the back of the van. It when I go POTA, that I've used it several times with the coffee and ham radio's antenna, and it's very easy to set up, and I can go as high as I want or not as high as I want because I never go 50 feet. But yeah, I just like those clip masts, the ones you can slide up, clip it. I actually set one up today at my sister's house for the Flex radio. I've got an infed connected to it, and it's very easy to slide it up and then pull it down, and I don't have to do this twist lock thing.
Mm-hmm. So, interestingly, there was a bunch of comments on the YouTube side talking about tactical ham radio. I've definitely talked about that. Does anybody have any thoughts on tactical ham radio?
Just don't.
Grid down.
Grid down. The person, Risky, if you're still watching, there's two channels I would recommend if you're interested in like tactical communication within ham radio, right? Because that's kind of a interesting thing. The Tech Prepper, I think people already mentioned him, and then Julian, OH8STN. So the reality with tactical is a couple of things. One, robustness, and that goes back to like 12-volt laptops. Like I just want the simplest station possible. Specific goals, being field expedient, and generally consistent reliability over time, like power, charging, solar, that kind of stuff. The reality, though, is your tactical ham radio usage is going to be entirely based off of who you are communicating with. And if you can't get the people that you want to be tactical with to be tactical with you with ham radio, then they're not going to be. Like that, you have to get people on board with being very specific in their focus in ham radio. Like Tech Prepper is doing a series, which I commend him for trying this, where he's doing no random contacts. So all of his contacts must be to a very specific group of people, and he's going to be communicating back and forth to them, and he's going to use different radios to facilitate that. You've got to practice that kind of stuff. You don't just up and do that one day. Like that's something you have to commit to doing. And more often than not, I find that the quote-unquote tactical ham radio is like, it's LARPing. It's the same thing like we would joke with the gun community. It's LARPing. It's tactical LARPing. It's for show more than it is actual usage, right? So do your due diligence in understanding what ham radio is capable of and like what you can do with it and what's actually possible, and don't get suckered into some of these videos that they're basically selling a lifestyle that doesn't really exist. Like they're talking about, oh, this tactical stuff you can do, blah, blah, blah. That doesn't really exist in the way that they're selling it to you. So you have to be really careful when you watch some of these videos. Like I saw a couple of them where they're like tactical radio. Let's download or downlink ADSB, airplane transponders. It's like that's not tactical. That's nothing. Oh, somebody's talking. Go ahead, say something. Was somebody going to make a comment?
Oh no, that was me. I accidentally hit the delete key. I was trying to type a message, so sorry. But I do want to ask a question later when you guys are ready.
So, stop. That's noisy. So the reality is that like it's going to depend on the people that you can have that want to do what you're doing. That's ultimately what it comes down to. And if it's not, then you're ultimately still going to end up being doing SOTA and POTA. If you want to get good at tactical radio, get really good on 2-meter simplex, learn digital modes like WinLink, do JSA calls, sure, and get good at POTA. Because if you get good at POTA, that means you know your station really well. You can set up really quickly, you can operate really quickly, you can take it down really quickly, and you can get on your way. That, to me, is more tactical than anything. And then consider the sustainability of like having redundant power supplies, like batteries that you can solar charge and all that. So there you go.
You can just charge off your car.
Yeah, but that's a depleting asset as well. Like solar's great because it doesn't take a lot of power to run a ham radio, right?
Yeah, I got a question when you're ready to move to the next question.
So let's go back to the delete key PTT question, and then we'll go to Don.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Oh,
Thank
Bob,
you.
go ahead, Bob.
Yeah. So basically, I guess the tactical is probably a segue into what I was going to ask about. So basically, I'm a beginner, obviously. I have three Baofeng radios. A couple of them are GMRS, and a couple are ham. So it's a UG5G, a UG5R Plus, and a UG5RX3 are the radios that I have. So I bought a digi-rig because I basically I had somebody program the waterproof Baofeng. So that was good, and he sent me a chirp file, so I can put the chirp file onto the tri-band probably. But I've never. I'm a Mac person, so I'm like I bought a cheap laptop in order to be able to be sure I can connect to those radios and sort of do what you were doing or what Ria's doing, that sort of thing.
Sure.
So that's really what I wanted to ask was basically, what do I set up? You know, like what are my next steps? Obviously, getting a license is one, but you know, learning. I want to basically listen. I'm in a 15th floor apartment in a building. You know, I don't know if I can hang an antenna out the window, if that would work, like a J pole, like you know, that I could just hang.
Yeah.
So just in general, what do I do? And I'd like to be able to basically use that laptop to run a software-defined radio, so I can see waterfall, so that I could then you know, kind of like learn to find stuff that's around me and monitor and listen for a while.
All right. So with the Baofengs and Baofeng derivatives, having a J-pole antenna is likely good. There are some instances where your Baofeng's quality may actually suffer when you have a higher gain antenna like a J-pole. But yeah, J-poles are great. You can hang them up in the window, so you don't necessarily have to open the window. You can just hang it up there, and your reception will be way better. So the same thing that I tell people all the time when they're starting out with a radio like a Baofeng is scan all the time. Be constantly letting that radio scan around and listen and get used to how to use it and being able to stop and listen and you know, write down those frequencies and start building a log of like what's going on in the area. There's likely nets and all that other stuff going on that you can listen to and find out what's going on. You're not able to transmit yet, so yeah, you can't really become active on a repeater. Now with an SDR, that's different, right? An SDR has really wideband receive capability. So the best situation for that is like get a longer wire antenna out there somewhere that you can start dipping into the lower frequencies and listen to the long distance conversations that are going on in and around you. And with an SDR, you can listen outside of ham radio, which then you can listen to like, you know, military radio, broadcast radio, all that stuff. An SDR is like a multi-tool for receiving. You can listen to broadcast, you can listen to the entire frequency space. Which for me, and you know, I've got more than 20 years now just listening to radios and listening to frequencies, is you just move around. You just constantly listen to different, actually more than 20 years. I was a kid at one point. You just listen. Like the more you listen and the more you get out there and hear what's going on, you'll get a better understanding of like where band lines are, frequency spaces. Look up frequency plans for broadcast, military. Go to hfunderground.com. Go to hfunderground.com and just start pouring through those and see if you can start picking out those frequencies and improve your station, improve your antenna until you can hear more stuff.
Thanks. So basically, I guess how for those UHF and VHF bands that I have, how big of an antenna do I need, and can I if I put it inside the window? I mean, could I just like literally put a better antenna? I have like a 701 or a 771 antenna that I got from Radioddity. I think the first time I bought my tri-band. You know, would that be better than the rubber ducky, or should I get a better antenna?
Oh, yeah. Well, okay. So maybe, and I'll try not to go too long on this one. The Baofeng is not a great receiver, right? It suffers from being a cheap radio. That's the problem with it. Sometimes when you put an antenna that is too good on a Baofeng, it doesn't hear as well because it's constantly kind of getting overloaded. So the Nagoya 771, which is I think one of the antennas you mentioned, Great antenna, right? Or good antenna, I would say. Better than a rubber duck for sure, but there are some Baofangs and Baofeng derivative radios. I'm kind of using an umbrella term here for cheap Chinese radios that actually can get overloaded by getting that much energy basically through the antenna. So if you have a radio like that, then it's like, well, there's, not a lot you can do with it. The J-pole is probably the way you want to go. Go look at Ed Fong. You can go look up Ed Fong J-pole on Google. You can get the roll-up kind. You can just stick it in the window or hang it from something right there, and you'll be good. It'll be fine to run on that, and you can go from there. SDRs, though, the whole world opens up. So, yeah, I don't know if that's going the right direction. Is that what you're thinking? That make sense? Did we lose you? All right, we might have lost him. He's off getting a.
Yeah, you did lose me because I accidentally hit the delete key. I mean, the power off key instead of the delete key that I had mapped.
Okay, go check out an Ed Fong J-pole. Would be my short answer.
All right, if my window's about 3 or 4 feet high, is that going to hang inside the window or should I hang it outside the window? I mean,
outside,
I think that was longer, right? That was like 10 feet, right?
Outside is always best. Higher up is always better than lower down. So just keep that in mind. Get as high up as you can.
Could I put it horizontally instead of vertically?
No. It generally needs to be vertically.
All right, so I could hang it out the window, and as long as somebody doesn't notice or complain, I'll be okay.
Yeah, go for that. And you can hook your SDR to that too as well. Good point. So one thing before you ask the next question. Avail yourself of free SDR technology that's on the web. There's a thing called Web SDR and Kiwi SDR, and those are free websites. In fact, I'll just pull it up so you can see it if you're watching me on YouTube or Twitch. So with these are great because you're using other people's radios to basically learn how this stuff type works, and it's free. So I'm going to kiwisdr.com. And I slide down to map. So I'm right here on map. I'm clicking the button here so you guys can see it. And I can go to anywhere in the world where there's little red dots and all that stuff. So let's go see what's going on with Ukraine. Let's go to Finland. Finland's a good one. For that. Right here. So I'm gonna click on this guy. The Radio Free Ukraine. What's going on there? Let's try this one. Good enough. Let's see if we can get it up. All right, so I'm literally pulling in a radio now. So if you're listening on Twitch or YouTube right now, you might hear a little bit of noise in the background. So if I go to, let's say I'll change over, where is it? To 40 meters. Let's go to 7.175. 7175. See what we hear out there. Right. So there's a ham that we're picking up in Finland. So that's an example of something you can do, and you can get used to using. This is an SDR basically, right? It's just in a web format. So there you go. That's something to play around with. Because it sounds like you might have difficulty putting up a long wire antenna format. So there you go.
All right, I'll try that. And I guess I live in.
Mute the YouTube in the background if you're on Discord or whatever. You can just hear us talk to you directly. Yeah. So there you go. I gotta check in with the chat. I don't know what's going on over there. All right.
Josh, I would also tell that person to just go on Google and type in the name of your city and put Radio Club behind it and see if there's any clubs in your area, because most likely they have at least one repeater that you can listen to in the area.
Great point. Yeah, that's a great point. All right, I'm catching up on. If there's anybody watching on Twitch or YouTube that has a question, feel free to drop it in text. But let's go back to the Discord. So I think there was another question in there. Somebody wanted to add. Go for it.
Yeah, from me.
Oh yeah, go for it, Don.
So back to your stream tonight. You didn't mention any kits this year. Did you not like any of the kits you built this year?
The True SDX.
Well, did you build that as kit? What about the QDX? Did you like it?
I did, but I think that so sometimes I got to be careful with kits, because to me that is more towards the moderate side of kit building in technical difficulty.
Oh, true, but I didn't know if you enjoyed it or not.
So I did and I didn't. So I built it on the live stream. I think I did a pretty good job, because we ran it, it turned on and was working, but then later it started having a problem. And so I've got to go back and figure out what's going on. But I didn't. It's really tough, because that thing to me is like super cool. It's like a pack of cards that's like a digital connected. Yeah. It's super cool. Like it fits many of the little check boxes that I have. But like to say like, oh yeah, everybody go buy this thing or go check it out. It doesn't do single sideband. It won't do Morse code. It's very niche. You know what I mean? It's kind of a niche product.
Yeah, I built I haven't built that many kits in my whole career. I mean, 2 or 3 actually, and I was able to get that one built. And the only thing it's ever done for me is it puts out about a watt, but I can't believe it works at a watt. You can sit there and run it and make FT8 contacts and JS8 call contacts. And so I thought it was a neat kit, even though, and for me I ran into some issues with it, but the community was able to basically point me where I needed to go. And, I got it corrected, and it's worked well ever since. And then
I think for me the big kit of the year, I think, was the True SDX. That was the one that I was really like, even though the quality is a bit lower, it's still kind of crazy what we're doing at the sub $150 mark for an HF radio. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I bought one, but I didn't get a kit. I just bought the built one.
Yeah,
and it's worked flawlessly for me. And then, but yeah, kit wise, I've only built the one. And then, any additional thoughts on the SBIT-X?
That one is hard for me to. Well, okay, so I like it. I like it a lot. It's hard to be like, yeah, go get this as my favorite thing of the year. You know what I mean?
Right. No, I didn't expect that you would put it on your list tonight. I just wondered how you were feeling about it lately. But yeah, for me, it's the same thing. I've used it a little bit, but I think they've got a long way to go on the software side.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's still talking about that there are bugs in it on the radio side that are hardware related.
Yeah.
So I still have high hopes for that he's going to be able to fix it. Whether I'll be able to make the fixes to it's another thing, but yeah, I'm still enjoying having it, and I think they're almost impossible to get right now, right?
Oh, are they?
So
I didn't know that.
I think so. I mean, he hasn't, and I think part of it is he's having stock issues, but I think by the same token, I think he wants to make sure that when he opens it back up again, that he's got a lot of the issues fixed.
Yeah, and I mean, I was really clear when I was talking about it and going through all the videos on that it is a project that is a developer level build, right?
Yeah, and somebody asked Dave Kassler, well, how do I hook an amplifier up to an SBIT-X? And I'm like, no, there's you you don't really do that. And then Dave correctly pointed out, well, it's got 40 watts. How much more power do you really need on it?
That's funny.
And yeah, so and that's true. Are you going to put that into a 1,000-watt amp? No, it's not clean enough. But at 40 watts, it's perfectly functional.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's also like an inclusive thing, right? It has a Raspberry Pi, so it has a built-in computer. You can do very rudimentary logging, and you can do FT8, and you can do other things with it. That I think, I mean, again, it is that is. So this goes back to like, what is the purpose of ham radio, right? And we talked about all the myriad of people who don't really want to go down the tinkering road. The SBIT-X is way down the tinkering road.
Right, exactly.
And so if that's what you're wanting to do, the SBIT-X is great because it's a really good confluence of like traditional RF components and, you know, software technology like the Raspberry Pi and how they come together. And so if you want to, you know, dive into that world, it's a good starting point because you can do a lot of fun stuff with it.
Yeah, and for me though, the FT8, I've never really had much luck with the FT8 built into it. And for me, I would really want to pull the FT8 out of it and have
you can do that
a true audio thing.
You can do that over network.
Over network. So what it doesn't have a built-in sound card, right?
So
yeah, it is.
So I'm thinking about the right way of explaining this. So you wouldn't be going from the Pi in the box to another radio. You'd be like communicating in.
Within.
You can use it. You can use another computer running WSJTX to communicate into the into the SBIT-X.
Through the mic and audio ports is what you're talking about?
No, you're doing it over the network.
So you're pushing the audio from the radio out through the Ethernet port.
Right. There's a configuration in WSJTX for like a network configuration, and it supports that.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know that the SBIT-X supported it, that it would push the audio out over the Ethernet.
Well, it's using the Pi to leverage that, right? So the Pi is running WSJTX, or no, I take that back. It is using, gosh, I forget how I did it, but you can do it. Okay. It does work. You can use another laptop, another computer to connect to the SBIT-X.
Yeah, that's what I would want to do, but I did not see any way to do that because I did not see how you could get into the Pi and tie into the audio chain and pull the audio and mic out to across the Ethernet, which is what you'd have to do.
I have to go back and think about it now how I did it, but I was able to make it work over a secondary laptop.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
So hey, Marcel Off Axis FPV, thank you so much. I had a really nice comment there too. This is my new favorite YouTube channel, or new favorite channel. I am new to ham. I'm in Vancouver, BC, Canada, and use my radio on 4-wheel drive trips around the coast. Thanks for all you do. Hey, appreciate you, man. And yeah, being off-grid, ham radio is where it's at. And I'm assuming there's a lot of off-grid in Canada. So, hey, man, thanks for watching. Appreciate it. All right. Let's see. Do we have any other questions, or do we want to open things up? And
I gotta hit the road, kids.
Oh, hey, Mike. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you, bud.
Hey, we'll catch you next week.
All right. Anything you got coming up you want people to stay tuned for? Live stream, Mailbag Monday, right?
I need to film that tomorrow.
Good man.
I have no idea what it's going to be about. I need to read my emails, which is the whole purpose of me creating that series.
That's the best, yeah.
More importantly, though, Tuesdays, tomorrow will be the 4th week that we've done this. I've started at what I call Technician Tuesdays. We get on 10 meters.
Yes.
And at 3 p.m. Central, which oddly enough per YouTube is a great time for me to post videos. But we've had over 100 people every time. It's doing tremendous.
Mm-hmm.
People, I'm getting a lot of positive feedback from newbies, from technicians, or even if you're a general or an extra and you just haven't gotten on the air or need some encouragement, whatever. It's solely aimed at getting new people on the air and showing technicians what you can do with your privileges.
Mm-hmm.
So we're getting on 10 meters and just call in CQ, see what happens. Rob Mack, the frequency is whatever frequency we find that day, but it will be between 28.3 and 28.497 megahertz, which is where technicians have privileges on single sideband. And if phone isn't doing so well, so I've always managed to make some contacts, even when the bands are crap, per the solar terrestrial data, which I take with a huge grain of salt. But we also can do digital, so we can do FT8 as technicians on 10 meters, and it's a lot of fun. So it's usually about an hour. I had Ham Radio Dude on last week, so that was fun. So it was nice to have two different locations geographically to see who we could hear, and it was great. So I've got Tid Radio sent me a whole bunch of crap that I got to review. Not crap, they're like Bofangs and GMRS type stuff. They're having a sale,
right?
So I got to film a bunch of videos for that. So I have to film so much stuff tomorrow. It's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't feel like doing a damn thing today. And I've got some more coax that I need to test from ABR Industries. What else do I have? There's all kinds of stuff in the pipeline. Oh, I got Ilon. So a couple years ago, when the pandemic first started, the Ilon's HD1 has been one of my main go-to DMR radios,
mm-hmm.
and I sprayed it with some. It's waterproof, so I sprayed it with some sanitizer. And as the alcohol evaporated, it actually cracked the screen on it.
Whoa.
So I contacted my contact at Redivis and said, hey, can you send me just the case for the HD1? So I just got it in the mail today. So I might do a live stream replacing that. That might be fun.
Mm-hmm.
Have no idea what I'm doing. Just take stuff apart and hopefully it'll go back together.
I would be really interested in seeing that, so I'll look out for that.
Okay. Yeah, I might. I don't know if I'll do that this week or next, but
and for those asking, I dropped Mike's or link to Mike's channel.
Oh,
in
yeah.
the chat.
It's in the chat.
I just got new logos. Thank you, Scott, Ham Radio for Non-Techies. He and I went over to his house for like 5 minutes and ended up being there for like 5 hours. Because he's like, he made the off remark. He's like, oh, I can get like any. He's like, I got this thing for Photoshop and I can make a logo in like 5 minutes. I'm like, really? Because I didn't have any high res versions of my logo because it was made when we did our first YouTubers Hamfest by whoever did those shirts, and
yeah, that was Jason's hookup.
Yeah.
Well,
no. Well, he emailed me, the guy. He's like, my wife does. So I actually kind of facilitated all that.
Oh, okay.
But I got Jason in touch with them. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But his wife does graphic design, and I'm like, and he's like, I could make you some logos for free. I was like, sweet.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Scott, I need to get down to your house again so we can do a little more tweaking on this. But
well, I mean, it would have been a lot quicker.
They look great.
We had to introduce perspective.
Yeah, I mean, we literally like that tower. If you're looking at the chat on the Discord,
mm-hmm.
we like kind of we found one tower, but they all have like these balls on top.
Yeah, and they're all like pyramids instead of verticals, which always bugged me.
Everybody else's logo.
Yeah.
So I'm like, well, I want like a freaking beam or something. So Scott got out his Pro Tools or whatever the hell it is, not Pro Tools, Photoshop, and just made that Yagi, the beam on top, and we cut out the. I say we. He did all of this. I I just told him if I liked it.
You had your hand on top of his hand on the mouse, right?
I've been in design my whole life, so I knew the design element, and he knew the software element. So we made a great team.
Yeah.
So there's new logos on the channel now, and
excellent.
I'd say we're like 99% of the way there. I want to tweak a little bit, but now that I know he can do that, I'm going to exploit the hell out of it.
Oh, Scott!
I think
what have you done,
really
Scott?
help.
Yeah, well done. Steak smothered in ketchup, right?
And
yes,
and then you've got to get Scott to carve it in 3D in wood, and then put it on a pin for you.
Yeah, I don't need all that.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Has anybody in here ever had Omaha steaks?
Omaha steaks blow.
I've had some. Yeah.
Yeah, there's the stupid ball on the tower.
That is a ridiculous Corona ball on that thing. That is stupid.
Yeah. We actually took
but that's like every one.
That's the one that we took, Mike, and we just tore it apart. We took elements we liked and just kind of.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yep. So yeah, that's that, and I'll probably be making some FT5 videos, although that's probably been beaten to death. But
beat that horse.
It is. It's a Yaesu.
Yep.
You learn how.
I love it though. I love it.
You learn how to do the POTA spotting with it, and that's a video right there.
There you go.
Yeah, that I haven't done. I
show
should,
people the complexity in that world.
But I've got Fusion figured out. So I reconfigured one of my hotspots for Fusion. So now I'm on Fusion, DMR, and D-Star. I'm usually on the Toads thing. Although I had a QSO on the Ham Radio Crash Course the other day.
Yeah, ours is active.
The DMR thing.
Now you have the power of 2 Saiyans because you have learned Fusion.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And it's Fusion is pretty freaking easy, actually.
Yeah, it is.
It's a little wonky to figure. I mean, the way Yaesu does their menus is just I could go on and on, but it was a little wonky figuring it out. But once you get it, it's like, wow, this is ridiculously easy.
Yeah, and when you have a Fusion repeater, the repeater just makes it. I mean, you're literally just pushing a button, and it comes up with a menu of all the channels that are currently active, with how many people are connected to that channel, and you click on it, and boom, you're
Is
there.
That what those numbers are?
Yes. And
I was wondering what the heck that was.
When you're connected to the repeater, it shows up as names, and you're just sliding down a list of names.
Well, so like if I connect to like the like say America Link, there's like a number next to it when you're. Well, hang on.
Yeah, it's a number of stations that are connected to it.
Yeah, okay.
It's not how many people; it's stations along the route.
Yeah, whatever. People
and Texas Nexus is where you want to be on. I mean, for us here, because there's a lot of traffic.
For some reason, I couldn't connect to that.
You haven't lived in Texas long enough. You got to get a permit.
Yeah. Well, I don't have a truck.
That's
probably it.
Oh my God! How did they let you in the state? Are you kidding me?
So I got thrown off. Yeah. I thought at the border you would stop. There would be like just a welcome station where you would just trade in your car for a truck.
Right. Right. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert. That doesn't happen.
Yeah. There's a video out where like you're driving into the state and they give you the keys to the truck and here's your complimentary gun.
Yeah. And like I was looking. Gun. Well, I already had. So when I moved down here, I had to bring all of my guns with me because the moving company wouldn't take them. So like, I had my cat, a trunk load of guns and ammo, and some clothes. And
you're like, well, this is going to be a really interesting traffic stop.
And I'm like, and I'm in a hotel. My company put me up in a hotel.
Oh no!
Until I could find a place. So I have that, the little dolly that you move all your luggage in with. Just packed with guns and ammo. I'm rolling into the freaking hotel.
Do you have a bellhop that can help me out on this? How is he at cleaning rifles? Is he good? Does he have some ballastol that he can bring up to room 5? That's hilarious.
Look at that picture, Jody. That is too funny.
Yes. Oh my God, Jody just went nuts, man. Oh, we have to share this one. Here's
wow.
The creative process.
Him, YouTubers making new logos.
Wow.
That's got to be on your live stream.
I'm done. Dude. That's it. It's Mike's hand on Scott's hand. Photoshop. Good. Yes. That's it. That's the creative process. I'm dead. That's fantastic. Jody, you outdid yourself on that one, bud. Wow.
There's a Deadpool joke in there somewhere with Mike's hand looking like that.
Oh, that's bad.
It's
that
like
is bad.
what's his name? Chris Elliott in what the hell is where he's got the one freaky hand, and he's like mixing the mashed potatoes with what is it, Scary Movie or something?
Yeah. Well, something like that. Yeah.
He's got the freaky hand and he keeps touching all the food with it.
Oh, that's ridiculous, man. That is ridiculous. That is Jody, man. That was fantastic.
Well, I don't think you can top that. Whew. All right, kids, I'm out of here.
I'm gonna make that into a T-shirt.
That is literally, he just said, that's actually a baby pic I took of my nephew, his wife, and the new baby. That's amazing.
That's great.
That is amazing. Oh man, that's hilarious.
Oh, my stomach hurts from laughing.
That's awesome.
All right, kids, we'll catch you next week.
Take it easy. See ya.
See you later.
73 Mike.
See you, Mike.
All right. Let's see. Do we have any? I want to make sure we get the questions. Anybody has been waiting in the wings, want to ask a question? Go for it. No, go back.
Do you have a couple FT8 questions?
Yeah, go ahead.
So 2 questions. We don't have to engage both, but one is FT8. I've just started learning how to use that. And can it be used for other things like rag chewing or MCOM?
No.
Type stuff. And the other question is completely different. If I want to do FT8 and POTA, how do you log your POTA with FT8? Because normally I use hammers with voice and stuff like that, but do you have to do something with your logs before you upload them to POTA?
So
doing FT8.
The first answer is easy. No, FT8 is just for making contacts. It has no MCOM purpose. If you want MCOM purpose, look at JS8 call, potentially WinLink, APRS. Now, as far as like doing your logs, just bundle all the logs up together and send them that way. Email them in that way. They could be voice and FT8 together in the same log, and you can ship it that way. It's no big deal.
Or you can use ADIF master, and you can edit it pretty easily that way, and you could just upload it like that.
Yep. Anything that'll allow you to manipulate the two and bring them together is what.
Okay, so I'm getting ready to go out tomorrow and do some POTA with FT8. I mean, another operator. And of course, we use Grid Tracker, and Grid Tracker will log my ADIF file for me, fine. And that's, I'm assuming, what I would upload to my normal logs, but for POTA to get POTA credit, I mean, you have to manipulate that ADIF file, correct?
Yeah,
right.
Your park number.
Yeah, so you need to take your single side. So are you just going to do FT8, or are you going to also do single sideband?
We're going to do both. We'll have 2 radios.
Okay, so you're going to use hammers. So you're going to have to export the file to yourself in hammers via email, and then you can take something like, the ADF master that was mentioned earlier, and you can use that to combine them, make one log, and then you ship that via the email for Parks on the Air. Close the door all the way, please. Thank you.
Perfect. I'll check that out. I think that answered my question. Thanks.
Cool. All right. I'm looking at the chat right now. Thank you for the answers. Hey, Bob, thanks.
So, Josh, I have one more quick question. If I live in Arlington, Virginia, is there any place that there's a SDR near me?
Yes. NA5B.com.
I was going to say I could probably guarantee it, although I don't know off the top of my head.
Yeah, that one's in Woodbridge, Virginia.
NA5V is in Victor?
Yeah, November Alpha 5 Bravo.
Thank you.
Yep.
I do like a good Whataburger. I've never understood the anger that people get over. They get so like, I'm ride or die for Whataburger. Whataburger's good. I like Whataburger. I like Five Guys. I just I have a ranking for sure, but a burger's a burger for me.
This argument come up again.
No, I just saw Don's picture and I liked it.
It's just a meme, and yeah.
Yeah, because I know my first ever call in the server, I remember it was like a year and a half ago. This exact thing was happening.
Oh yeah,
and I was like, "This is happening again."
Well, that was a year ago. We got to dust that off every year, man.
Oh yeah, I can't remember. Oh yeah, 7 words you should never say on live TV. I remember that. You freaked out when you got back to the stream and this was being brought.
Yeah,
because it was going over your Twitch stream.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right on. So what's let's see. Do I have anything fun? I have nothing good that I can report that I've watched that I would recommend. I did watch that movie Amsterdam last night with my wife. I do not recommend anybody watch that movie. Do not watch Amsterdam.
And I watched Reacher last week, and oh my god, that thing is good.
It's good, right?
I thought there were 2 seasons, but anyway.
It's good though, right?
Comes out next year, Don.
It's amazing, and yeah, that's
It's got to
good.
be a second season, right?
Oh
yeah.
March it says.
Oh, okay, that'll be good.
Yeah, it's supposed to be excellent.
What show is it?
The Reacher. Reacher.
What's it about?
It's about a really big dude. Let's put it that way.
So Reacher's a book series. Jack Reacher's a book series, and Tom Cruise made a movie on it. And sadly, by the way, I liked Tom Cruise that movie. I liked it, but the show Reacher is so much better, way better. And it's I believe actually in the last episode that's the actor, the author that he passes when he goes in the diner. If you caught that, I believe that's the author. Trust me, if you like any of the how do you put it? Like if you like Jack Reacher with Tom Cruise in it, you'd like the show even more. It's really good.
True, and the guy that plays that Reacher in there, he plays in Titans on.
That guy is
DC.
Huge.
Yep,
he is huge. It's a
he plays
wall of
Hawk.
a man.
Yeah, he plays Hawk on Titans. Yep.
You know what they should make a TV show about?
Ham radio.
I agree, but no, I'm having to upload. I'm having to completely dump all of my downloads folder to Google Drive so I can backtrack to Windows 10 in order to use Chirp.
What? Wait, what? I'm sorry. I understood all those words, but all put together like that.
That's the most random thing I've ever heard.
The cable for my UV5R does not support Windows 11, and I am not about to do any kind of workaround that I don't understand. So let me just backtrack to Windows 10.
Why don't you just buy a new cable?
Because I'm broke.
Oh my god. Okay.
I'm 17. I don't have a job. Like,
well, yeah, does buying a new cable help? Because I've heard some issues with Windows 11 and some Yaesu things where Yaesu has not fixed it. So now what those things are, I don't remember. I just won't have Windows 11.
Also, real quick, Josh.
Yep.
Started watching your channel a little bit ago. Love the content. It's an honor to be talking to you.
Oh, thanks. Don't think of me as any different than anybody else. Seriously, that's crazy.
I found you with when you were with Modern Rogue.
Oh, cool. Right on. And I got to go bug those guys again to get back out there.
What are you thinking about doing next?
Oh, I can't tell you. I've already got ideas. I've already talked to them about some ideas. I just have to literally fly my ass back out to Austin. Don will hate me saying this, but I like Austin a lot.
I remember I had recently I discovered both of you, separately, and then when both of you came together, I was honestly surprised because I can't remember. I just discovered one of you, and to see that just right after I discovered one of them that they were participating, with each other, it's kind of surprising. I don't know.
Yeah, and By the way, have you seen those things from Babylon B about the Californians moving to Texas?
That's a
I don't.
hilarious series.
I don't know that I have. I don't think I've
Oh
been
God,
watching.
that's funny.
Is it?
Oh
The season
yeah.
finale just got
Oh,
released
the
3 days
video,
ago.
right? The
Yeah.
video of the couple. Yeah.
YouTube, yeah.
So it is a caricature of a Californian.
Oh, well, it's a
I hope
character
we
of
all
Texas,
know that.
too.
Okay.
Yeah,
good.
yeah. Texas isn't really like that. I mean, you've talked to me and Scott, right?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about Scott. Well, I kind of do, but I don't think either of us walk around with cowboy hats and boots on all the time.
No, I
We
will
do
say
here.
I do a barbecue and I do carry a gun. So,
we do here. I guess not in Texas though.
Yeah, I guess did they ever say like where in Texas the couple moved to? Like, is it just some nameless place in Texas?
Yeah, it's just a nameless place, and I think, I mean, I can see bits of Dallas in there. I can see bits of Houston in there. But what I don't see is either Austin or downtown Houston or downtown Dallas. Because if they were in either of those three places, it would be, they wouldn't be any different than most of the people that are living there right now.
No, that's definitely in the suburbs or something.
Yeah, I would say.
Yeah, like what about outside of that? Like, I don't know, Plano or something like that.
Yeah, Plano is more like Texas, but it's not. Nobody does the boots and hats thing until you get outside of even like Plano and Richardson are towns that are too big for that kind of stuff. You have to get out in the little bitty dinky towns.
You got to be like farmland area or something.
Yeah, and
that's the same out here. That's the same out here.
One of the reasons that Texas is still red is that those people still outnumber the people in Houston, Dallas, Austin, and San Antonio, and that's going to be true for many, many years to come. So it's why they keep going, oh, Texas is going blue. No, the cities are, but the cities are not like New York, where the outside the cities, or the cities dwarf the outside the cities. It's not that way in Texas.
Right.
It's the other way around.
I mean, it's funny because we do the cowboy hat thing here. I don't live in Texas, but I live in South Dakota. But I guess that's because it's all. Yeah. I guess that's because it's everywhere is farmland. maybe that's why.
I feel like your percentage of cowboy hats statistically goes through the roof the closer you are to farmland. Because California is the same way. We got dudes in cowboy hats all over the farmland area, and California's got like huge amounts, tracts of farmlands. It's
but I mean, I guess the farmland is the thing that's everywhere here.
Right.
Well, naturally, they would follow, I suppose.
Sure. Yeah.
Because it's like I live right on city limits.
The thing
I could walk into a field in my neighbor's house, basically.
Yeah, the thing that got to me when I went to California was how much basically Arizona it is.
Oh yeah.
How little there is of what you imagine California to be.
Oh, for sure.
We drove in desert for hours.
Yeah.
Before we got anywhere close to anything that looked green.
Oh, no. California is like a vast percentage of California is desert, and the parts that aren't desert is because they pump water in. Like,
yeah.
Did you spend a lot of time on the 5 freeway? Like going up north?
I don't remember.
So
we went up Highway 1, if that tells you anything.
Highway 1's like the ocean, though. Like you're right there.
Yeah, I know. And we went up there at night because my wife didn't want to, quote, go over the hill. And I'm not going to go into why all of it.
Go over the hill like the Grapevine?
The one that leads out of L.A. going towards Monterey.
The Grapevine.
It goes up over a hill.
Yeah.
And she was like, no, we're not doing that.
Nah.
And so we started going down the Ventura Highway. I remember that because she literally started crying when we were driving down the Ventura.
What a way to add an hour and a half to your trip.
It was cool though.
It was
still light.
It's beautiful.
It was still light.
It is beautiful.
And then when I turned up to go up the Highway 1, it was pitch black dark. Yep. No moon.
And that's when you want to see something, because Highway 1's actually really pretty to drive on if you can.
Right.
It is actually a really fun drive.
And I got to see none of it because all I saw was complete black darkness.
Yeah, when I realized California was basically a desert is when I was probably about 12, and I going into hot springs and you just fucking yuccas on the side of the road.
Yeah.
You go out and fall over and prick yourself.
Really quick, just let me take a moment. Nendog1 said, I tried to join the Discord. The link is invalid or expired. I'll repost a link in the chat. You can try it. But if you already have a Discord account, you'd likely have to log into Discord and then click the link. But point taken. Let me grab the link. It could be expired on Twitch, but let me grab it and see. Anyway, keep talking, you guys. Keep going.
I'm from Michigan. I've only ever been to Texas a few times with my dad in the semi. Didn't really see the hats. Never been to Cali. Look forward to that.
Was that sarcastic or was that serious?
Oh no, I'm genuinely looking forward to it because I at least want to get all 48 Continental.
Oh, nice.
I've got, I think it's like 36 of them.
Uh-huh.
I want to cross more off the list. About June-ish, after I get my license, I'm trying to go back out with them for a few months and try and cross a few more off the list.
That's pretty cool. As far as Texas goes, I haven't been to a ton of areas in Texas, so I admit that I'm not like very well educated in Texas, but I have been to Austin. And Austin is weird even for California. Like I like Austin because it doesn't feel as pretentious as like urban Los Angeles area stuff. It's weird, and actually I like the weird. I like the weird aspect of Austin, because it does have that. But it still feels like Texas when you're in Austin. It's not the same as other parts. That I can say that. I do know that.
Next time you come, take a few hours, and I'm talking about hours, and drive north on 35 and get outside of Austin and look at how the rest of the state is laid out, because you really don't see Texas until you get away from the big cities. I wouldn't even say come to Dallas, because Dallas is not, it doesn't really ring of Texas. See, I've lived here all my life, and a lot of my family is back out east of like Dallas, in like the middle of frickin' nowhere. They're peanut farmers and, things like that. And to me, that's the real Texas. That's what it's really like to live here. And some of those guys, by the way, will wear boots at least.
Right.
I don't see them wearing hats. The ranchers probably do.
Right.
But ranches are huge, and they're sparsely populated, or yeah.
So oddly enough, Don, I think that if you had gone over the Grapevine up the 5 freeway, you would have seen a very similar landscape in California.
Oh, we came back that way. So just to be clear, we went up Highway 5 to go to Monterey, but then on the way back from Monterey, I snuck us out through whatever that road is that comes up over LA.
Right, but that leads to the 5, right?
Yeah, I think I came down the 5 to LA is what I think.
Oh, okay. But like most of California, like the eastern side of California is all the Central Valley is all just farmland. That's what it is.
Yeah.
See, the thing was,
Josh, having
what's up, Matt?
Through both, I agree.
It is. It has. I mean, okay. I'm not going to be like, hey, our farmland's like your farmland, but farmland's kind of the same. Like it legitimately looks very similar. And California farmland.
No. The soil type is important.
Well, okay, but
east,
what the look of it is.
I'd say
you got a lot of clay, a lot of sand, a lot of shale, a lot of loam. What's up?
Well, hey, I was in Kansas not too long ago, and yes, we have significantly less corn in California.
I would say though, like out here on the East Coast, farms are a little bit different looking than out in West. Like I've lived both places.
Sure.
Yeah.
You got good soil out east. You got rich soil.
But once you get into like the Central Valley of California and stuff, you see a lot more cowboy boots, you see a lot more cowboy hats, you see, people out working much like you do in Western Texas and Eastern Texas. It has, rural America to some degree is rural America, no matter where you are.
Right.
Yeah. And
cities are cities.
Yeah. And the thing that was great about what we did,
I love that a trucker had to like level everybody's playing field. He's like, I've been everywhere. It's all the same shit.
See, the thing is, I can't fly, so when I went out there, I drove.
Right.
And so I literally drove from Dallas all the way to Monterey and back.
You know.
And yeah, I know, you've done a lot more than that. But anyway,
I've been everywhere, man.
You didn't drive with somebody who didn't want to go up over a mountain. And so therefore, when we got close to the mountains, my wife wanted to go north. So we turned north and drove through hours and hours and hours of these little tiny roads that are just covered with sand. And just, it was like Arizona. It literally was like Arizona.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it is right there.
We're Arizona adjacent, California. It's not like we said no desert. We drew the borders. No desert in California.
Is it not right next to Arizona?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, that's probably why then.
But yeah, when you get over there though, and you get up close to Monterey, well, everything changes. You see all of the hilly things with all the grapes growing up there where they're doing the wineries, and then you get up close to where God, what is that golf course up there that's so famous? Pebble Beach. You get up near, you get up near, and that looks like Beach actually looks close to where Mike is living. It actually, I mean, the pine trees and all that, that's what Mike's living in. Whereas what I'm living in is the plains. And it's very different. Like Texas is like literally 5 or 6 different states.
Oh, yeah.
Because of the difference in the types of layout.
But that's California too. California has the coastal mountain ranges, which changes everything.
I had an aunt that lived in Oakland for like 25 years. And she said that the cool thing about California is that, you know, you can go to the beach one day and the next day she could go to Reno and go skiing.
So, Matt, that's Northern California. In Southern California, I can do all that in a day. I can go to the snow and get to the beach while the sun is still up.
Oh, now he's flexing.
No, there's videos of people doing it on YouTube. Like that's not a flex. That's just a fact. Is that we have like that's all right here in Southern California. Again,
I can do the same thing in Texas. It's just going to take me 15 hours, to go from the beach to the mountains.
But you're driving much faster than I am. You can actually move.
True. You can do the same thing here in South Dakota. You just need a chainsaw. You can cut a hole in the ice, and then you just jump in.
So, and again, I will remind everybody, I'm not like California proud type of person. I think everybody understands that. I'm just saying that's the reality of it. Like it's just what it is. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing about California, Texas, and Florida. None of us have any real winters, and thank God. I do not want to deal with ice.
I like it.
Oh yeah.
I'm sure there are people that do.
That's
I know.
true.
I just not me.
Can you have mine?
The main
maybe it's when you get trauma, you learn to cope with things or something like that. But
the main reason I live in Florida is because there's no ice.
But it's like the lottery.
As a trucker, I imagine that is something you have fear of. Yes,
I live here.
As a trucker, who for about 5 years of my career, all I did was drive from the Midwest to Reno and back all year round. I never want to have to throw tire chains again, which I've done. And B, I don't like driving on ice. It's impossible to drive on ice. Snow's fine, ice isn't. And now I haul stuff that blows up. And it's not worth doing that job hauling stuff that can blow up.
Why don't you want to do that with hauling on ice with stuff that'll blow up? I don't see that's. I don't.
Shut up.
But that's exactly what that's exactly what I just brought up. I said it's like the lottery with ice. That's what makes it fun. And now you're contesting this idea.
The lottery is like when you win, you die.
No, that's
That's
losing.
the lottery and ice. I don't know what that like.
I'm sorry, Josh.
What does that mean?
Josh, you think that's winning?
I don't know, man. I don't know. Just
what do you think winning? What do you think?
you said the lottery. What?
You can also lose the lottery. That's the thing too.
The other thing, standing outside in sub-freezing temperatures
To put on
45
shades,
minutes,
yeah, screw that.
Well, no, or while delivering gasoline, not very much fun.
Oh, you can't wear gloves either some of the time.
Oh, what's up? We got Kenya in the house. What's up, Beta Show? Appreciate you, man. Thanks for watching.
You do win a Darwin Award.
No, I mean, okay. I'm sure Matt knows the way to drive a truck and handle it in the ice. He's just saying, I don't want to live that life where I have to deal with it, right? That's why he lives in Florida. He made that decision.
I've driven 3 million miles. Come on. I know how to drive in snow and ice.
3 million miles? I don't even, like, I can't even. So that's like when numbers become too big that the humans can fathom it. I can't even, conceptualize what being behind the wheel is for 3 million miles. That's insane.
For 10 years, I was doing 150,000 miles a year, and now I do about 100. So
I gotta dial it back. I'm only doing 100,000 miles. What the? Good Lord.
Well, okay, let's see. My dad, he can do about 600 miles in a day, and then 5 days a week, because you've got a 34-hour reset every week.
Six, unless he's home. It's you work 6 days if you're on the road. OTR. You work 6 days and take 1 day off.
Yeah, well, then there's the weekly cab. You got to do the 34 reset.
Yeah, but that's 34 hours, and that you can work 70 hours in an 8-day period, and then you can do a reset for 34, which is really not. It's like 1 day, because 30 because you shut down, take your 10-hour break, and then 24 hours from your 10-hour, when you're done your 10-hour break, your 34 is up. So you get a full 24 hours off to do whatever, and the truck stop you're sitting at. I just, after doing that for 10 years, it was just I was done with it.
Got it. When I was with him, with the way he did it, was just we were sitting for 2 days.
Yeah.
Or the evening of 1 day into the next.
Yeah. Yep. That's a 34-hour reset.
What's that number again? 300 million?
What?
Huh?
300 million? Yeah, no.
About 3. It's like between 2.5 and 3. It's somewhere in there.
Just 2.5.
What's half a million between friends?
Because I was like, that's the distance between Earth and Mars, I think.
Yeah.
Mars.
Matt has driven to Mars before.
No, I don't think I've driven
in
to
one
Mars.
setting.
But I've driven back and forth to the moon 4 or 5 times.
That's nuts, man.
Actually, we should calculate out how much fuel it takes to get a rocket into space and do something and compare that.
How much? We should calculate how much fuel you've used in those 3
Matt
million
will
miles.
know the answer to that.
Quick,
so be careful.
quick! Somebody run Kerbal Space Program. We have to figure this out.
No, all I need to know is what the would need to know what the empty weight of a Falcon 9 is.
So, got a super chat from Aaron. Says I've always wanted to learn about trucking rest schedules and regulations. Thanks, Matt.
Motorcycling on ice, that's fun.
Oh wait, that's really fun. You put studded tires on, you go in circles on the lake.
Oh yeah, and you can buzzsaw through it if you just hold it still.
I think Matt should talk
fall through the ice.
All
you
right.
think I should talk to NASA?
Well,
yeah, maybe then you could put in a few more million miles.
Let me check this before we get completely off the rails here, because we're quickly heading to that plot, and I got to get out at 10 o'clock my time. Anybody else with a question or anything like that? I want to make sure we answer any ham radio questions that people want to ask. So go ahead.
Not a ham radio question, but Josh, I think you've probably driven about half a million miles in your lifetime. I know I have. Not too hard.
Oh, okay.
I actually do have a ham radio question.
Go ahead, question.
Mm-hmm.
So I was here in the server for a few days now, talking to a few people, and I got recommended the Anytone 878 UV2 Plus. Is that good for once you get licensed and experienced, good handheld?
Hold on, I have to say LMAO to Jody. So they were saying your first radio should be an Anytone 878?
No, I've already got a 5R, but more of like a once I've got licensed and messed around with it a bit, gotten used to it, and having fun.
Mm-hmm. Are you planning on doing DMR?
Yeah, I want to experiment around with a lot of different things, but
so if you don't think you're gonna like commit to DMR, I would not buy a DMR radio as your next radio, because that's what it is. It's a primarily DMR radio that can do analog, but you always are going to be going back to programming it. You're always going to be going back to the computer to program it. It's a pain in the butt to do it any other way.
Okay.
And what kind of since you've been listening to UV5R, how are you hearing people around you talking?
I'd say I'm in a bit more of a dead zone. I haven't really heard anything besides tuning into the NOAA weather frequency.
Oh wow, okay. You might want to consider something on the more of a mobile where you can get some more power. This is my pet peeve with handhelds.
Where you at?
Is that
Where do you live?
I'm in Southeast Michigan, so Detroit metro area.
Oh, there should be. There's a lot of repeaters there, right?
There's one local to me, but I haven't heard anything from it.
I'm sorry. Did you say there's one local to you? There's no more than one?
Super local, within 10, 15 miles.
How far are the other ones?
Closer to 30, 40.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
pretty far. See, this is one of the reasons, like on our net, we have these guys that are, we'll have a net once a month, and you might listen. Maybe the guys that are running the repeater will do this. But if you have an HT, you're like, we really want to talk to you. We really do. But we simply, you're just not breaking the repeater enough for us to hear you. And that's one of the things I really have against handhelds. On a technician, that's somebody that's starting out. If you can at all afford it, get something with about 20 watts and then go talk to like Jason or somebody like that and get one of the nice little J poles and hang it up as high as you can get it, and you'll do so much better getting into some of the repeaters. Now, if you want to get those ones that are 30 some odd miles away, you really need to get that thing up high and with good coax between you and between your radio and the antenna. But I'm sorry, on a handheld, you're going to be. I'm afraid you're going to just be really frustrated.
Yeah, what kind of home base are you talking? Are you thinking about setting this all up at home?
I want to do a home base. I want to throw a radio into the car once I get that. This is technically my aunt's house because I'm still a minor. I can't own a house. I don't know if I'd be able to put up an antenna in the backyard.
Yeah, and well, to be honest with you, it's just a pole with a little longer pole on it. So it's, again, there are some people that's just a big deal to them, but that's all it is. That's really all you're talking about. We're not talking about on the type of frequencies you're talking about. We're not talking about those wires that stretch all the way across the backyard. It's just a pole, and the pole really doesn't even have to be up that high. 8 foot would be better than 2 or 3 foot. But what's really going to do it for you in a lot of respects is having that extra power of a mobile. So, your 5-watt radio versus your 25 to 50-watt radio, depending on the radio that you get.
Would a Radiodity DB25 be all right? It's listed 20 watt.
Yeah, that would work if that is. I'm not sure. Is the DB25 a ham radio or GMRS?
It's a ham radio.
Oh, dual band DMR mobile.
Yeah.
What?
I would kind of recommend, unless you. So, if you're not if you're not really going to go down the DMR route, don't get a DMR radio. Get just a regular analog amateur radio, and talk to people on that. I would start the path on that road.
The Amazon listing is really weird because at the very end it says dual time slot tier 2 vehicle car ham radio. Like what?
Dual time slot pretty much tells you DMR is what they're talking about.
And do yourself a favor. Look at Gigaparts, look at RNL, look at DX Engineering, or look at HRO for radios. And at least look at them and understand what the specs on them are. And one of the things on towards what Josh is talking about, go get a single band radio. Don't try to do dual band unless you know for sure there's 440s out there, 440 repeaters that you're wanting to talk to and that you can easily hear. Because 440 is going to be even worse trying to get out 30 miles with it.
Yeah, because that's the 70 centimeter compared to 2 meter.
Right.
That list quick, I'm going to write that down.
Yeah, the ICOM, what is it, 2390 or something like that? I don't think
2730? 2730?
Maybe. So
the dual bander?
No. See, there's a.
Don't the little guy, band? the little one. Yeah, they just upgraded that recently. Yeah.
Yeah, and I would think that's like a 20 or 30 watt 2 meter radio. That'd be fine.
Well, I mean, maybe we should ask the question of like, what's the budget? Right? That's usually what comes up a lot. We need to know that kind of to talk to any kind of point.
Well, I'd call the budget a little bit more of like entry to mid. So
just
like,
put $1 on it. Just put $1 on it. Don't. Yeah, because that entry level HF radio is $1,000, right? So we're talking VHF, UHF. What do you mean? Like, how much do you want to throw at this?
As far as like a single unit, I'd be willing to go about up to 1,000, 1,500.
Oh, well, I mean, okay. No, but I mean, like, be specific. Well, okay, now I gotta unravel this a little bit. So
there's a lot of VHF radios that'll fall under that umbrella.
Well, all of them do pretty much. But
yeah,
here's the thing. I think you got to determine if VHF, UHF is even worth your time at where you're at right now. So I assumed it's like, oh yeah, lower Michigan, you're by Detroit, you'd have a lot of repeaters, but it sounds like you don't really. But then here's the thing. So if we tell you how to get on these 30-mile away repeaters, what if you can start hearing them and you don't hear anything, right? Like, that's a possibility that they're just not that active. So then we're like, okay, check out Simplex 146.520. You should be listening to that anyway, just to see if there's anybody out there that needs help or, whatever. And if you go on there and it's not very active during the day, so then you're like, okay, well, what am I supposed to do? Now, in that case, I might tell you, actually, yeah, go buy yourself a cheap DMR radio and get yourself a hotspot. Get the hotspot connected to your internet and do, radio over DMR. That's a thing you can do.
Mm-hmm.
But my long-term solution is get yourself your general and get on HF. Do you have actually a place that you could put up an HF antenna? Something a little bit longer wire antenna?
Not at current moment. I still don't even have my tech level. So I think, by the time I'm ready to reach for general, I might have the spot for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of... It's kind of tough because I hear what you're telling me where you're at, and I'm thinking to myself, oh yeah, there should be tons of contacts. Where's all the contacts? And then you're like, no, man, the repeater's dead, and there's only one near me. It's like, well, I don't want to tell you like, oh yeah, dive harder into VHF. That's probably not necessarily the solution, right? Gosh. Kind of a
Have you looked into doing maybe satellite work?
Yeah, I mean,
About the only thing I've looked into for satellite is trying to listen to the ISS.
It's a pretty low barrier of entry if you've got your tech. You can just make a quick antenna for dual band operation. It's pretty easy to make some longer distance contacts on the FM birds. We actually have a new FM satellite that got released like yesterday.
So you're living in a place that's not your place, right? So you can't necessarily put an antenna up, right? It's
Not without a little bit of hassle and talking my way around.
Yeah. So you got a car, I'm assuming.
Not yet. I don't have my driver's license yet, but
okay.
Around May, June, I should.
Okay. I mean, you can always just make your car. You can always just make your car your ham shack. There's no reason you can't do that. And there's a number of radios that you can do mobile with that.
Yeah, I've thought about that too. Like, the car that my mom currently has is going to be paid off by then, so I should have that. It's a 09 Dodge Charger.
Okay. I feel like you owe it to yourself to like figure out what is going on in the VHF space in and around your area. To do that, I would probably recommend getting a. We talked about J-poles earlier. Getting something, kind of Don already mentioned it. Getting an antenna, and we're talking about something you can take down, so nobody's going to get upset about it. Like you can use a painter's pole. Go to Home Depot or whatever and get a painter's pole. Get that thing up in the air and get the wire down into your handheld. Start scanning the frequencies. Just start scanning it. Let it scan. Listen for activity. Hear what's going on. And then look up the local repeaters in your area, and just see if you can activate the repeater with your radio. And it's as simple as like giving your call sign and just radio check, give the call sign, blah blah blah.
Yeah. Are there any trees in your backyard or your aunt's backyard?
The single tree back corner of the lot. Other than that, generally around me, there's a lot of trees.
Okay, because what I was going to, along what Josh is saying, just take your Baofeng and get you one of those little J-pole things and just kind of haul it up in the tree and sit in the backyard and listen like he's talking about and see if you can hear anything just with it sticking up in the tree. And then, of course, when you're done, you just cut it or take it down and take it back inside with you.
Yeah.
And just listen and see what you're hearing.
Because my concern is that like we can all tell you like, let me spend your money. We can spend your money all crazy, but the reality is even if we spend the money, there may not be any activity where you're at with VHF UHF, and that's sad. That's disappointing to hear that, but it's a reality. People live that world, so it is entirely possible that HF may be where you gotta end up eventually. I hate to say that. I've had to tell people that in the past, and it's never great to say. But the good news is that with HF, cityscape doesn't matter. Like where you live doesn't matter as much because you're going to hear people outside the state. You're going to hear people outside the country, right? That's kind of the point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, unless you live in an HOA, then it's really problematic.
Yeah, even in an HOA, though, you can go in the backyard, stick something up on a painter's pole like Josh is talking about, use it for a couple hours and take it down and bring it back inside. I at least the people I know like it, like Smoke and Ape and, these guys that live in HOAs, they'll put an antenna up for an hour or two and take it down. And I've not heard of anybody getting in big trouble over that kind of stuff. And really what we're trying to figure out now is if he goes and spends this money, is he just going to end up frustrated? Because
that's my concern. Yeah.
To me, that's one of the things, frustration to me is killing ham radio. And I think especially technicians that get all excited, they go and they get their licenses and then they walk out of the ham store with a HT, and then there's nobody to talk to. And I have seen that. I can't tell you. I mean, even in our club where there are people that are close by that can hit the repeater. I mean, nobody's talking on it. It's dead 90% of the day. because like I'll get in like today. I got in. I drove all the way to my sister's house, which is an hour away. Got up, got in, hit N5S T-Mobile, and not a word was said. And when I came back, did the same thing. Nobody out there, and I don't know how. Other than like Josh was saying with the DMR and the hotspot, or fusion in a hotspot, or D-Star in a hotspot, that you actually can find anybody to talk to reliably on VHF, UHF in some situations.
So I'm holding. Are you watching me on YouTube or Twitch, by the way?
Not at current moment.
Oh crap. Okay, well that makes things a lot difficult. But I'm holding up a J-pole antenna, a roll-up J-pole antenna, and I was going to show you kind of like what you could expect to have to deal with.
Yeah, let me go to that real quick.
And I don't know. It isn't that serious. Like you don't necessarily have to pull the video for it, but it's like it's like a 4-foot antenna that you hang up in a window or get it outside and clip it to the eaves of the roof and let it hang out there. I guess this is one of those like tricky answers, because it's like the reality is that you got to try some stuff, but you don't want to dive in too deep in any direction until you can kind of like lay out a path that is going to be successful.
Okay. Now, would it be worth my time to get like a USB SDR and check the band, see what I can find?
So that was one of the areas I was thinking about going, is get yourself an RTL SDR dongle or a new elect dongle. The problem is you're still going to have to put up an antenna to do this, right? You're going to have to connect it to something, right?
Mm-hmm.
That would still be cheaper than a full HF rig, though, right?
Oh yeah. You're under $100 for the whole thing.
Then I mean, no reason it shouldn't be not worth my time to see what I can find.
Mm-hmm.
Right. No, that's what I mean. If you watch literally the video that plays, like if you go to my channel as a non-subscriber, the who are you going to talk to video, that this is kind of the video is kind of made for you, really, is like so many people ask me like what radio should I buy, but the reality is you have to ask yourself, who are you going to talk to? Radios have limitations, antennas have limitations. So if you don't factor that into the talking points of what you're going to do with it, then you could end up very disappointed by, what you're spending money on.
Yeah, and I don't know. I think it was we've all said this at one time or another. One of the things in ham radio to do, especially in the beginning, is listen. And
he's having a hard time even with that, though. It sounds like that's what bums me out.
You could, by the way, you can get, and I do this at home. You can get a J-pole, and I literally have a little hook in the ceiling. Now you don't have to put a hook in the ceiling; you put a piece of tape up there, and I put my J-pole up there, and I can hear lots of stuff just with that J-pole connected to a SDR. Especially on VHF, UHF. So that's always something you can do just to see, again, what can I hear?
What floor are you on?
This is a single-story house.
He's in Texas.
I'm in the basement.
Well, okay, so I got to say the first thing, you have to get out of the basement to use the radio. Or you got to get that J-pole outside at the surface level at least. So if you're holding a handheld in the basement, you're not going to hear anything. We got to say that right up front. Right?
I was surprised to be able to get the NOAA station pretty clearly.
NOAA's strong though. Like they actually build that out so that it can get into basements because tornadoes and real weather and stuff.
Yeah, and you could get, like, again, that J-pole that Josh was showing and tack it up to the side of the house near the window in the basement. I assume there's windows in the basement.
Yeah, but I mean, he could even like
but it's not very well sealed.
So I would still recommend an Ed Fong J-pole. Get an Ed Fong J-pole and just take a nail, like tap a nail into the backside of the eaves of the roof. And then just hang the J-pole on that. Let it hang down. And then the J-pole antenna comes with an extension cable. plug the extension cable in, feed that into the basement, and then connect that to your radio, and then use that. Like that's where I'd do more with that than anything. Start there. That would be my starting point.
Okay.
That's your
I would have
that's
to
your prescription.
feed it
The
into
doctor
basement.
says, the ham radio doctor says that's your prescription. Come back next week and tell us how it went.
It'll be more than a week.
Oh yeah,
'cause
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
You have to go, and I would assume that Jason has them on his website.
I
to get
think
the
he might.
J-pole.
Yeah, I pulled it up while we were talking. So no, he's sold out. So okay.
Oh, okay.
The dual band. God. By the way, this turned into a whole thing. When I posted all these J-pole videos, I was getting contacted by like multiple websites. Like, hey, can you link ours? Hey, can you link mine? Can you link this? Can you link that? And I was contacting Jason. I'm like, hey, do you have more of those roll-ups? Because people are going to be asking about it. He's like, man, this is like, I'm trying to get more. This is what I got. So there are a couple of J-poles. The one that I was holding earlier, this is BNC though, so you're going to have to adapt this down. This is the.
I was already looking at one of those signal sticks.
No, see, a signal stick's not going to do it because you're in the basement, right? We got to separate you from the antenna.
As far as like out and about.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, for sure. The signal stick's good.
Getting like the BNC stuff.
So I would give you the next nod would be the N9TAX, or if you go watch my videos on the J-poles, because I tested 3 J-poles, the most prominent ones. And I actually have another one that I gotta test. Carlos sent it to me. Thank you, Carlos, if you're watching this. So the N9TAX, they actually have a SMA connector, and you're on a Baofeng. So you still would need like a little adapter to be able to get to Baofeng to go from SMA female to SMA female, an adapter to switch. But that's $4 on this site. So let me. Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna link this in the chat. All right, this is what I'm gonna recommend you do here. So, Tank, you already did it. You're the man. Yeah, he knew what was up. So I would point you to the eBay, but I'm kind of hesitant to do that because there's a couple of things you need to buy. You're going to need the 2-meter 70-centimeter antenna, SMA cable. You want the 16-foot in your case. And in fact, you may have to buy an extension, an SMA jumper. If you have to go that route, then you're going to need 2, and I'm going to show it on the stream. You're going to have to buy 2 of these. You need 1 to get to a Baofeng, just right off the bat. You need an SMA female to SMA female adapter. And in ham radio parlance, we call this a barrel connector. A barrel connector is just a pass through it. Another term is called a sex change. Connector. So that's kind of what it's doing. So it's allowing you to connect your Baofeng, which is an SMA male, to the SMA male connection. You need to put a barrel connector in the middle there, so that they'll be able to communicate or connect. And that's what I would recommend is start with the N9TX 16-foot. Go with the 16-foot. I think you may even need more than that to be comfortable, and then get the little barrel connector. Start there. Start with that. I would go directly to their website though, N9TAX.
Yep, I clicked on the link that was in the chat.
You could okay. Bob, you're right too. You could get the BNC adapter and then get the BNC connection. You could do that as well. That's true. If you wanted to do that, you could change the whole thing over to bayonet connectors, which is, well, I can show you. If you're watching me still, hang tight. I'll show you right now. So this is a bayonet connector. Hold on. This little twisty bit, that's a bayonet. So on my signal stick, I have a bayonet adapter, right? Bayonet adapter. So I can just take this guy and go click, and it's in. That's it.
Yeah, I want to be able to do that. That's awesome.
Okay, cool. Then yes, go with the bayonet style connector, and then you would need a bayonet extension cord potentially. And they make barrel connectors for bayonets as well.
Mm-hmm. Well, now the BNC, was that not like a quick connect kind of thing?
Yeah, it's a quick connect. It's like a quarter turn.
Yeah.
It's literally like it's a bayonet for a rifle is where it's coming from. So it clips on and then twists a quarter turn.
I'm pretty heavily into guns.
Oh yeah, so that's where it comes from. It's literally a bayonet, like a bayonet on a rifle.
Okay. Oh yeah. All right.
So if
the
I go back here,
N9TAX Labs, his actual site has all those connectors and everything to look
Yeah.
through.
So
yeah, he had it up on the screen.
let me. Yeah, but he's got.
And now my phone's complaining about battery. Oops.
Okay. So, kind of, sorta. All right. Okay. So let's change things up a little bit. He has a dual band 2 meter 70 centimeter standard antenna, and the standard has a SO239 connection. Which, how the hell did I get the bayonet? Where's the bayonet? It's not even interesting. The thing with this is that you're going to then have to like step it down into something. So you're going to have to go to a UHF male connector, which connects to the SO239 on the antenna, to be able to get it into the right cable type. Let me see if they've got another page here. No, see, that's not helpful. This is not helpful. You need
if you go in to start ordering it, then you can select specifically BNC male for the connector.
Oh, okay. All right. Let me go back. Let me make sure I've got dual band. Okay. So you still want the dual band 2 meter 70 centimeter slim jib antenna with the 10-foot or 16-foot cable. So click on that one.
Okay, so the first one, not the second one.
The first
not
one.
the standard.
And then you're going to select BNC male, which is that guy. That's right. That's the male, the little pin there. And cable length, you want 16 feet. I like the cable hook. It's 99 cents. It's a 3D printed part. If you want it, you can add it or not. So it's $30. There you go. That's a 16-foot cable. You may need to add an extension cable, but the reality is that a BNC coax cable, you can get that pretty easily. And then you still need a barrel connector to connect two BNC male connectors together. The same thing I was talking about earlier. So you can make
it's
that happen.
a BNC.
What?
Just a BNC barrel.
BNC barrel. It's a female barrel, so two males slide in right there. Got to be careful how I talk about this kind of stuff, I guess.
Insinuations.
And the beauty of having the BNC is the fact that, like, if you later on you get a mobile radio, you can get an adapter from BNC to SO239. So there's lots of adapters for BNC,
Right.
or they're easier to find. Let's just put it that way.
All right, so what I'll do is I'll bookmark the configuration that you just had me do.
Yeah, there you go. That should get you there.
And again, you could hook this up and then hook it to like an RTL SDR as well.
Yep.
And bring that up on your computer, and then you would have a waterfall that would show you a swath of the band, so you can see if you're seeing anything on the band a lot quicker than you can by spinning the dial on the Baofeng.
That's true too. You'll see it in the waterfall. Yep. All right. I hope that helped.
All right, yes, a lot. Let me make sure that I'm signed into my browser so that when I backtrack to Windows 10, I can get it again.
Well, you're a member of the Discord, so you can always just come back to the live stream. We drop the links in the live stream chat.
Oh, I could come back to what's currently happening and just follow along again.
You have to scroll up. Well, I mean, aside from us talking, you can go rewatch the video too. The video's on YouTube.
Awesome. I might have to do that.
Or you can drop in here and we can chat again.
Yeah.
Yeah,
there's
other
always
people.
plenty of people here.
Yeah. There's always somebody in here who'll help you out.
Yeah, I've done that, and everybody's been really helpful.
Well, thank you.
Like they said, repeaters are hit and miss. We've got one here that I holler on just about every time I get in a truck, and it's been a year and a half, and I haven't heard anybody.
It's a thing. Sadly,
Yeah.
I'm spoiled out here. I know Texas has got a good network. Florida has a really good network. Southern
Well,
California is really good too.
Oddly enough, here
Mhm.
you're more likely to find somebody on either the 440 repeater or the 900 megahertz repeater.
Oh, interesting.
More on the 900 meg. I don't know why. I think it's just because of the novelty of it. But
It's
there are a
them
bunch of
P25
guys.
people. Them P25 people.
It's not P25. It's
I feel
analog.
personally attacked.
Yeah, we're ours is straight analog, and it's guys that get buy those old Kenwood radios. My club president is real into that.
Hey, completely unrelated, so I'm going to take a break here. LARPerator, you asked a question earlier. Did anybody answer it? Did you get...
No, I never got to it.
Okay, what...
LARPerator? Really?
And by the way, which was really funny about that is we were talking about like ham radio, like tactical ham radio, and I was calling them LARPers, and so your like name just cracked me the hell up when I saw it.
I'm glad.
So, what was the question again? Because I forgot. You
Okay,
posted it in text.
Yeah, I posted a couple times, but I'm into Manpack portable HF,
Yes.
more specifically like NVIS stuff. I did like 5 minutes of research on Google, and everybody was pointing me to the 857D for what I wanted to do, because it's all band, all mode, all that fun jazz.
Yeah.
Well, I
have
bought
you-
one used, and it's broken.
Have you
So-
already watched the Tech Prepper on YouTube? Have you already found him yet?
Yeah, quite a bit. Yeah.
Okay. So, so you know when you buy like an old muscle car, you can fix it yourself because the parts are everywhere and it's a muscle car and they're really simple to work on. The
Yep.
Yaesu 857D is not that. It's not a radio you just start opening up and start, working on yourself, right? So that's always my problem with that radio is it's not like, I know many prepper type minded people gravitate towards that radio, but none of them are going to crack the case on that thing and fix it. Like that's it. And it has a defect built in. There's a screen defect on it. Do you have any zebra lines on the screen?
No, actually, the screen was perfect. The issue that I was having was it would put 100 watts out on FM, but 0 on single sideband, 0 on AM, 0 CW, 0 on digital. There's 2 modes that were working. It was FM and something else, but everything else was just dead.
Yeah. So
did you factory reset it?
Yeah, it's been factory reset, and we tried everything. I was on the phone with Yaesu, and they're like, "Yeah, just send it in." So I sent it in.
Good.
Oh, okay.
So,
but my question
Yes.
was, is there any other alternative to the 857D? Not necessarily like a permanent radio, but something that I can have as like a backup or like a throwaway, like a burner pistol,
891.
Well, that's HF only though. Like if you
Yeah, I
have to be
know,
all
but-
band, do you
yeah.
have to be all band for some reason?
I don't have to be, but I'd really, really like to be.
But why though? Why do you justify
Well,
that? Have you proven why you need it, or you just believe you need it?
So in my area, we have a lot of repeater infrastructure, and a lot of it is super active. So if I'm out and about somewhere, and for whatever reason I just can't get an HF antenna up, say I'm above tree line and don't have a vertical or something, but I can hit a repeater, I'd like to have that ability. I'm mostly like MCOM oriented, so
I get
I'd
that.
like to have that tool.
With a name like you have, I assume that when you walked in here. So, do you expect to not have a handheld on you by chance?
Well, 99% of the time I have a handheld.
Okay.
So, I mean, I guess I could go without having VHF, UHF, and do it on a handheld, but then that's just more stuff that I'd have to pack.
Yeah, the thing is, realize that's your backup radio, and you're getting the 857D back, right? So your 857D is your main radio, but your backup is an HF only. I mean, again, it's only your backup. And I think that's going to be easier than trying to find another radio for which, like Scott was saying, the 706. Which,
Yeah, but 705. But that's a throw. He said throwaway, and nobody's throwing away a 705.
The,
I wouldn't be throwing
the
away
7
891 either.
The
Well, that's
ICOM 7000 though is the same type of radio, but
That's
again, the risk there is you're buying another used radio. So the 891 you can buy brand new, and it can be your backup, and then you have a handheld, and most of the time, I would think after Yaesu goes through it, you'll find your 857 works just fine.
Wait, Don, I got the answer. Here's the answer.
Go for
it.
it.
If he's okay with the 891 and he wants a cheap throwaway radio, the AK-47 of ham radio, the Shegu G90. There you go.
Yeah. Well, you know what I was going to say, Josh? What about that 817 like you've got?
Oh, the 817 is. Oh, you know what? If you're okay
Isn't
with
that
QRP, yeah, but
yeah, it's QRP.
Why
but
not?
so what? It's a backup.
I mean, yeah, if it's a throwaway, I mean, I could
but
play
hear me
with
out.
QRP. I've never
So
played with QRP.
Why are we throwing away radio anyway?
That's all I do.
Not literally.
I'm sorry. When I finish a POTA activation, I just throw the radio into the river. I'm done. I just buy a new one. That's it.
Single-use radios.
So
Fire
hear me
and
out.
forget.
So hear me out on this. I think, and you can go. Don't trust me. Trust the tech prepper, and actually, I would probably give the nod to Julian on this one. Julian is very power conscious. The 857 is a hog, right? It sucks power like it sucks power through a boba straw. An 818 or an 817, and you can get an 817 ND used relatively cheaply, particularly if you actively go after Hamfest, like local Hamfest, if you have them in the area, you can get yourself a nice 817 cheap, and they sip power, and it is a highly popular QRP radio where there's a ton of mods you can do to it. I was borderline going to add the 818 into the show tonight. But I don't know. I just decided not to. The reality is, I love that radio. No, I didn't. I actively thought about it. I decided I wasn't going to do it. I actually really do like that radio. I really do. I'm unjokingly a fan of that radio.
Well, yeah.
And that radio is literally that radio is the radio that created Manpack Portable. That radio is the reason why Manpack Portable exists in ham radio.
Yeah,
that radio.
A couple of follow-up questions.
Yeah, look at what Jody dropped in the chat.
I hate the look of that. I hate all those little appendages off the side of it. It looks like the little squiddy things from the Matrix.
But it looks so LARP ready.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm all for that. I'm sorry.
I know. With a name like that, I believe that is right up your alley.
Oh, dude, I wish I could turn my camera on and show you the background, but it won't let me because there's too many people in here. Oh, I've got
people watching the live stream. You have an audience?
No.
He's talking about turning
in
it
the
on
Discord.
In here. Just take a picture, still picture, and post it down.
I will do that in just a moment. I will show you all my background, and you might get a kick out of this, or you'll call me crazy, or both. I don't know.
We'll call you a LARPer.
You can barely operate that radio with that cage on there. That thing is disgusting. That is ridiculous. Like, what are you supposed to do with that?
I have the exact same cage on my 857, and I was able to get my skinny little fingers around it.
Oh my god!
It wasn't the easiest thing.
I got one.
I gotta. You know what? You've changed. I'm gonna have the tech prepper on my show. We got to talk about this tech. So he's actually the best person to talk about this because we need to get to the bottom of all of this tactical ham radio stuff. I need him to define it.
All right,
I need
quick
him
question.
to. Wait, hold on. Did LARP Raider? Are we getting close?
I had a quick follow-up question.
I think the 815, 817 is actually the answer for your quandary. I think.
So all of my Elmers in my area said QRP, and don't touch it.
Oh my god!
I'm not going to necessarily listen to them.
Yeah.
But
you want to do NVIS? Who cares?
Yeah. My only real question is it capable of digital modes? Because I mean, I would imagine it is. Because
it is. Good. Oh, with the DigiRig.
I've got one of those.
Then as long as it's Yaesu friendly, it's fine. So if it's A57 friendly, you're going to be good. Yep.
All right, stand by. I'm gonna.
Yeah, Dawn, great.
I
wish I would have thought about that, but yeah, Oddly enough, I might have to take the AK-47 of ham radio away from the G90 and give it to the 817, 818, because I think I was the one that first coined that term. So I think I might have to give it back to the 817.
I want to live at this guy's house.
Oh damn!
Holy crap!
My question is,
I'm not going to share this on stream. If you're not on Discord, you're not going to see this. Holy smokes!
There's no bayonets. He's not doing it right.
Yeah, there's no. Yeah, where's the bayonets?
They're too long to fit, but there's 3 Mosins over there in the corner, and each one has a bayonet.
I do
They're just
see.
not attached.
I see 2 Mosins.
There's not enough muskets there,
The
Josh.
short one's a Mosin as well, and
Is
then
it a
next
tanker
to that
with a
is
side,
an SKS,
a side folder?
an M1.
Is that a side folder?
Is which one a side folder?
The short Mosin, is that a side folder?
Oh no! It's just it was a Bubba chopped down to 16-inch thing that I got when I was like 16 at an auction for like $80 or something.
Okay, you have to tell me what state you live in. What state do you live in?
Northern Colorado.
Okay, all right.
I like the lone grenade.
Like this is
At a time.
what everybody just heard. The cacophony of noise is when you're on Discord when it says several people typing. That was us all reacting to his picture that he just shared on
No, I feel bad. Like I feel like I just like came in and just.
No, that's awesome, man.
good.
You got a great. That's
awesome.
What that is that I'm looking at is awesome. That is fantastic.
I like the
Big
lone
fan.
grenade. I like the lone grenade off to the
Oh
left.
yeah, that's a smoke grenade there. Yeah.
I assume.
We got to be really careful when we say the word grenade. That you
Oh,
can't-
yeah,
it's
plan
not
on
a
using it in
fragmentation
device.
HE grenade. It is a smoke bomb.
You gonna use it or what?
No,
be
because
careful
those are
with the word
incredibly hard to get your hands on and incredibly expensive.
Okay,
You can
so
make one for a lot cheaper if you know
yes,
what I
you
mean.
can.
Can I do need? Sorry, Matt. I'll let you go after me. I have to be really cautious when I ask this question. Your name has LARP in it.
Yes, it does.
Is this all airsoft or are they real?
Not a single thing in this is airsoft.
Okay, good lord.
Um,
Okay, because you said LARP, and I got to be really careful because I don't know what I'm dealing with right now. All right, go ahead, Matt.
No, this is
I want to
real
know
airsoft,
I
right?
want to know what caliber your Savage is in.
338 Lapua Magnum. I
Oh
never
my
shoot it because it's
God.
too expensive to shoot. But yeah,
I have a.
This
I
is
have
this
a,
is
I have a-
this is real
I have a
man's
Christensen
airsoft.
Arms 338 Lapua mag.
So for everybody that's not in the Discord, you know how your wives, they ask you, or your significant other ask you, I'd really like a walk-in closet. What this gentleman has is the walk-in closet that every man wants. That's literally what I want right
Hey,
now. Well,
I can't argue with
no,
that.
yeah, you got some wheel guns in there too. What are the wheel guns?
So the wheel gun on the far right, that's
Yeah.
a Uberti Cattleman in 357 Magnum.
That's
one
the
to
bottom
left of
barrel
that.
one, right? The weird one.
No. You're thinking of the
The
it starts with
Rhino.
a K. The Rhino, yeah.
Yeah.
No, this isn't that. This is a. It's
Uberti's
a.
like Turkish? Is that Turkish?
It's Italian.
Okay.
They make it's a traditional cowboy wheel gun, but it's a Italian
Oh,
remake.
single action?
Yeah, it's a single action. Mhm.
Oh, okay. What's the next
And
one?
then the one to the left of that, that's a Nagant revolver, like World War One, World War Two, Russian.
Yes, yeah, so dumb. The
Yep.
dumbest revolver ever made.
It's
it
absolute
can
dog
be
water.
silenced. It can be silenced.
It can. I don't know if I'm allowed to say this on stream, so I just won't. But the rounds
don't.
look funny.
Yeah, they do. They're necked like they're. Yeah, I know exactly.
Uncut.
Uncut. Yes, uncut.
Yeah, there we go.
I knew exactly where you were going. Yes. Yep.
So
They're
and then
sheathed. They're sheathed.
next to that is the Walther PP. Then we have a TT-33 and a Makarov. So the whole Russian pistol collection is mostly complete.
Where's
still
your
have a couple of-
Tokarov? Where's the Tokarov?
Yeah, it's in between the Makarov and
did I miss
the it's between the Makarov and the Walther PP.
This is-
So bottom rack.
This
and
is
then
literally
1,
a
2,
Where's
3, 4 to
Waldo
the
of
left.
firearms that we're looking at.
It
right
really
now.
is.
Who's that lady on the wall?
Hold on.
That's
What-
Sugar
what
Tabby.
cat is this?
There's so much going on here. Oh my god.
Oh, I see now.
You were gonna get off wind, Josh?
Oh, wow.
Notice the Taser X12 on the far left. It's the shotgun with all the yellow
shotgun.
furniture.
Wait, and you have the
it
shells
shoots
for that?
Tasers.
You have the shells for that?
Oh yeah, that's
So
the one that
that's
shoots
the
Or the
that's the one that
holes?
shoots- Yeah, that's the one that
Um,
shoots the pronged rounds, right? With the two.
Yep. And
Yeah.
it breaks apart and makes the connection. And
Do you have the holes for that actually?
So I don't, but I've So I'm trying to follow a couple of leads. They're very rare. I mean, the shotgun to begin with is incredibly rare, but the ammo for it is even more so. For I think it's like a six round case of them is about $1,200.
Yo, dog, have you
and
ever been shot
if you
from
can
a
find
shotgun
them.
with lightning attached to it?
Do they
Yeah.
sell those to private parties? I thought that was like a police contract.
So here's how it works. It's not illegal to own them. It's not illegal to sell them, but because of contracts, they were only ever sold to LE agencies. Well, a lot of these LE agencies decided that weapons platform was way too expensive to keep and maintain and just to feed it, because beanbag rounds are they're offer
literally
roughly the
beanbags.
same. Yeah, they offer roughly the same effect, and they cost nothing. So a lot of agencies that had these sold them, and Axon stopped producing those rounds. So a lot of those agencies that had them sold them to kind of recoup their costs. So you can own them, you can get them. They're just really hard.
Okay, tell me about the.
Well, I mean, you don't
tell me
have
about
to
the
use their
MP5.
rounds.
Let's.
Yep.
tell me
So
about the
that's an
MP5.
HK. That's an HK SP5.
Oh, okay. So
as
semi.
close as you can.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't own any full autos.
Okay.
That's a whole extra step that I don't want to deal with. I have a few like NFA items like suppressors and SBRs and stuff, but none of those are pictured here for obvious reasons. But
he's got an M1A. Oh, I see the M1A now.
yeah, the little M1 carbine down there.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah,
Wonderful.
that's a fun shooting little rifle.
Yeah,
And 30 carbine. They're sweet little guys. They're the MP5 of the day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, have you this is you said 338 ammo.
Yes.
The stuff I buy is out of is competition ammo out of they're 250s. Competition ammo at $6 a round. New Lapua loaded brass and Lapua bullets for $6 a round.
Yeah,
Loaded
that
with
sounds about like what I've been paying.
Well.
I get Hornady's something or other. I'm not sure. I've got about 60 rounds of it on hand, but it's just gonna kind of sit there for a while.
Oh, he does have a Desert Eagle. It's at the top. I see it now.
I do. Yes.
Yeah.
I never.
Somebody
used
asked
that
about the
thing.
Desert Eagle, but they're like, why is there no gold-plated Desert Eagle? It's black. What is it in? Is it 50?
It's in 50 AE.
Is it?
Yeah, if you're gonna get a Desert Eagle, if you get a Desert Eagle in anything other than 50 AE, I have colorful words to call you that aren't very polite, but
really,
it's in love.
You don't like the 44 Magnum? The 44 Magnum is great.
I mean, the 44 Magnum is a wonderful round, but the 50 or the Desert Eagle is famous for being chambered in 50 AE.
Yeah, well, sure.
It would be kind of sacrilege if you were to get a Desert Eagle in something other than 50.
If the Israelis deemed it as okay, it is okay for me.
My brother-in-law had the whole set.
You better be careful saying that. Actually,
ATF has entered the chat. Thank you for the super chat, Aaron Lindemann.
I was about to say you might be a little bit. You might.
What's going on over here, guys?
It's okay. The gasoline sprinklers and the Claymore Roombas are ready to go. So
yeah. I have thermite on all my hard drives.
Oh, gasoline sprinkler. That's a new item. I've never.
Oh, you haven't heard that one before? Oh,
no.
Claymore Roomba is my favorite, I think.
It is.
I feed my dogs a steady diet of tannerite, so.
Oh yeah. Oh, the anti-tank dogs are being deployed.
No, the 338 Lapua ammo's gone up to
The Soviet anti-tank dogs are ready.
Also, I would like to point out, since you were mentioning Where's Waldo a minute ago, I'd like to see if you could find the M16A1 and notice the sling that's on it. The sling is full of beans.
Beans?
I was just looking at that.
Oh, yeah, I see it. Okay, I found it.
Yeah, I had to give it the beans.
Oh, my God.
Wait, Josh.
We're going to get... Go ahead.
So if you were saying that radio is the AK of the ham radio world, wouldn't the 5R be the high point?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Actually, I was thinking about it's going to take too much money. It'd be way too expensive to do it. But contracting somebody, like reaching out to China to get the $100 wrapped Baofeng, like just like the high point.
Oh my gosh!
You know,
Yes,
I
please.
might do that.
Actually, there's a guy on Instagram called Mojave Repeater, and he does a bunch of like wraps for Baofangs, among a bunch of other things. He sells Hyteras and he builds repeaters, like lunchbox repeaters. But I bet you it wouldn't take too much to get him to make one of those.
Well, no, I'm looking more like you go straight to China and just get a pallet of them and just. Because it's going to be cheaper that way. Otherwise, like I don't want a dude like silk screening all this stuff. No, it's got to be like just print it that way.
Yeah, you want a barely paid person to
It's got
do it.
Right.
It has to have the really poor quality control.
As in true High Point fashion.
Right. Yeah, I was wondering where the high point with the $100 bills is.
Yeah, sorry, no thanks, no. I couldn't stoop that low.
The problem solver.
I would have a blast in this closet. Oh my god.
Yes, you would. And then I sent a little picture of my radio corner as well because that's been a recent thing.
I was less interested in that.
It's
focused in this.
It's kind of cute, but compared to the wall of firearms, it's not quite as interesting.
You know,
do you have a Jericho? Do you have a Jericho?
On the floor, though.
I don't have a Jericho.
Oh man.
You know what would be really fun?
What would be really fun?
What would be fun?
HRCC range day.
Yes, I've been trying to coordinate that with all the guys in my
no good shotguns.
area
You got no good clay shotguns in here.
No, I don't shoot clays, so I only own.
I'm sorry.
3 shotguns. I have a Beretta 1301, which is a great people shotgun. And then the rest of my shotguns are like less lethal stuff. So I have a 870 in my car that's always loaded with the CTS Super Socks, and it's pretty cool. But yeah, no, I'm not a fan of shooting birds.
Well, I like to shoot clays.
It's fun. It's fun.
To me, the reactive nature of clays is possibly the best shooting experience and reaction timing stuff.
It is pretty good target practice, isn't it?
What about clays with tannerite in them?
Do those exist? No, I'm sure they exist.
Yes, they do exist.
I don't know why. I don't
They're
even know
fun,
why I asked that question.
They're expensive, and after a while, you won't be mad at it, but everybody else on the range around you will very soon not like you after going through a box of those.
Has anybody seen the video of somebody putting tannerite into a microwave and seeing why that's a bad idea?
Oh yes, there's plenty of compilations of idiots with tannerite out there.
Yeah. Well, what is it? Ham Radio 2.0 does that. Shoots tannerite at his deer leaves.
He does. Yep.
Yep. Mike and Tank have videos of it.
So I have another question, if I can have the floor for a second, if that's all right.
Sure.
Okay, so I come from obviously like the tactical community, whereas most of you guys are in the radio community.
I actually came from the gun community before I started.
Oh, perfect, awesome.
Yeah.
Well, then you know, a lot of like tactical shooters all talk about the ability to shoot, move, and communicate.
Yeah.
Why is it that we don't see that very much in the tactical community? You only have small pockets of guys that are like super into the guns and a little bit into the radios. Most people are just guns, and that's their whole shtick.
So have you watched? Okay, so you're gonna love this. Go back maybe a year ago when I had Mike Glover on my show, and we were talking about how the 18 Echoes were still gun guys. They were gun guys that had to have the skills of communication, and Mike made sure that everybody in their unit was all comms ready, but their comms are very focused, right? Their pace plan is based off of, you know, all of the steps that they're going to go through the plan. The frequency agility is something they don't have. They don't deviate from the very specific graduated plans, and they're all drilled in it though. That's a part of their unit cohesion, and that's what, like, Truly, like that's why the tactical ham radio stuff always kind of cracks me up a little bit, because if you don't have a group of guys that are not willing to commit to that lifestyle of really drilling down on this kind of stuff, then you're not going to succeed. Everyone has to have unit cohesion and frequency, like hopping on the appropriate frequencies at the right time to have that shoot, move, communicate type of role. And if you don't drill it, and if you don't build the plan, then you're not going to have it. Just straight up, like you have to do it the way you want to do it. And who is it? T-Rex Arms, right? T-Rex Arms has all kinds of videos on communication and stuff like that. The problem is that we're all putting out all this information, right? We're all giving you this all of it. Like, here you go. Here it is. You have to take it and make a plan out of it. I can like say, hey, you should do this, 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 and this. And then you change frequencies every 5 minutes or whatever. But are you going to do it? Like, are you going to get 5 guys and you're all going to get together and do a shooting target where you're separated by half a mile and you shoot 2 targets and you get back on the radio and you communicate to each other and you go out and shoot 5 targets and come back and you're moving, like you're constantly rotating through different cycles? Like, are you going to do that? Are people doing that? They're not. That exists in the military, and there's very few people that are actually doing it like just for funsies. It's not high speed, low drag. Everybody wants to blow up. We were just talking about we're gonna blow up Tannerite. Nobody's like, hey guys, let's all stop what we're doing and practice our sucking chest wounds situations for first aid. Like, it's the same problem with first aid. Most people that are like high speed, low drag don't focus on first aid, right? They focus on, I got to get the next great gun and I got to get like 18,000 rounds of it and then go have trigger time. That's.
I agree with everything you're saying, 110%. I guess I should reword my question slightly.
Okay.
How can I non-violently coerce them into getting into radios instead of spending thousands of dollars on another gun that's just going to sit on the rack? Because, like as you've seen, I've got a whole bunch of guns that are sitting there that aren't doing much of anything. How do I convince my fellows to not buy another gun and start buying another radio and learning how to use it?
I think you. So the problem you have is that you have to demonstrate. You can't talk it to people. You got to demonstrate. You got to show. Show, don't tell. You have to show them what the capabilities are. And so if you're talking about digital modes, like we now have what am I thinking of in LoRa and all those devices with the Android app? Oh my God, TAC.
ATAC, yeah.
ATAC. Right. You could, like, on your own, you could create a TAC network of different nodes that are connected together using LoRa devices and ham radio devices that can work in that space. But you're going to be dropping like hundreds of dollars, potentially thousands of dollars to be able to do that. And then you drag everybody over and it's like, look what's possible. Here, I'm on my Android 7-inch tablet that I have Velcroed to my arm, and I'm going to be like drawing out, plans and all this stuff. And it's like, and then you could do that too. And like, wow, way to go, nerd, with your $100 Walmart tablet. I mean, like, they either understand it and they get it, or they don't. That's kind of why Baofangs were kind of like, are still the entry point for everything, is because it's like $25. And so what you could do with the Baofeng is buy 3 of them, right? Buy 3 of them and have them wear them, right? And go through the process of like, we're going to do a drill. And again, this sounds ridiculous, right? Even me talking about this sounds ridiculous. We're going to go take our 3 steel targets. We're going to get away from each other like a quarter mile. We're going to set them up and we're going to simulate like a perimeter walk or something like that. Or you could even go like LPOP. You could have an LPOP guy that'd be like, this perimeter, blah, 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 I'm seeing somebody. And then you could have somebody simulate being out, going and doing it. Like, well, who do they report to? Like, who are they talking to? Right? And so they have to communicate back, okay, I engaged with one person, and that's solved now, but 2 people got loose and they're heading south, right? And then you have to have, like, where's the people on the south line and what are they doing? And it has to be. This is literally war games talk that I'm talking about. Some of the things that I've pseudo been in, like personally involved in work wise. You almost have to like green card it. Do you know what green cards are, or does anybody know what that is? If they don't, doesn't matter.
I'm unfamiliar.
Okay, so it's like
immigration.
No, okay, or red cards. Red cards are another thing. It doesn't matter. So if you create a situation where everybody's like, okay, we're going to do this drill, we're going to go through this drill, and you got an LPOP, and he's got a script that he has to play, and nobody knows what his card is. You gave him that card and said, okay, we've got 3 people that entered a perimeter. One is isolated. He shot at 100 yards and hit a steel target. There you go. Boom. There was his thing. Reports in, 1 target neutralized and 2 moving southeast this way. And then you have perimeter walkers that were on whatever rotation. And then they have to go through their prescribed thing, a target that was set up, and have to communicate out from that. And then you have something else that happens, and that's the red card that you play. That a comms guy, like in the shack, says, "Oh, hey, by the way, new intelligence, 5 blah blah blahs just entered into blah blah blah, and south perimeter walkers respond," right? And so, like, how? Okay, I mean, that's like a drill I just came up with, but it all comes down to like, okay, well, what are they going to talk on? The plan is like, well, okay, I'm on this channel right now, and I may have to switch to this channel, and I may have to switch to this channel, and we're on a 10-minute rotation on frequencies that we have to do, maybe sooner than that. It depends on what you want to do. Like, how much of this do you want to go down the rabbit hole on? I don't know.
I want to go all the way down the rabbit hole. I want to reach the bottom, but the issue is none of my guys do.
Well, okay.
Also,
so that's the problem.
Yeah, that is the problem. So I'm going to have to show, not tell. And then another question, you'd mentioned ATAC. I have like barely dipped my pinky toe into ATAC. I bought a cheap burner phone on eBay for like $50. I bought a lot of Gotennas for insanely cheap. Dude was selling a bunch of them used, so I have Gotennas ready to go. I didn't mess with the LoRa Meshtastic stuff because that hurts my smooth brain. All I do is pull trigger.
So that's the other problem is like, you know, Michael say like, you know, the 18 Echoes were kind of the nerds, but they were still nerds that were gun guys, and they all exist, right? And the 18 Echo was like making sure that everybody had unit cohesion on frequency allocations, and we're all set up. But the hard driving trigger pullers were still the ones that had to know how it works, and they had to practice it and drill with it and use it. If they're not committed to that, then you're not going to be able to drive that home unless you can make them understand why it's important. Like you
so
can't.
Either make them understand why or find new dudes.
Kind of. I mean, I don't know how else to go about it. Like I don't know what else to say. Like if they don't understand the value of communication when they're alone, even over like a quarter mile away from each other, then like what do you want me to say? Like I don't know what I'm supposed to say. If they don't value that, like it's, you know.
Put them in a field or a range that's big enough where they can't yell at each other and make them call each other shots.
Oh, hey, that's a great idea. Holy smokes. That's an even better one. Give somebody some really good optics, and he has to call shots to the shooter from a quarter mile away, and start with that.
That is absolutely awesome.
And
I'm going to do that.
And they have to frequency hop. They have to jump frequencies. So they have to be channelized out. You got to have all the radios plan the same, and they have to frequency hop every X minutes or whatever. And you start them out with no hopping, and then you add hopping into it.
So here's the other issue. So none of them are technicians.
There's your other problem.
Yeah. So getting them to take a test,
Oh, so
they'll
this is
take all kinds of
so this
other
is all going to
things,
be done on GMRS, is what we're hearing. So you gotta talk to
Yep.
Randy. You
Well-
gotta this. I'm gonna. You know what? Oh my God! I'm putting this down. Oh my God! We're doing a tactical video with Randy. I'm writing it down right now. I'm going to Not a Rubicon. We're gonna do a tactical GMRS video.
This is fantastic.
Hey, Josh.
Yeah.
So I had. Go ahead.
Hey, Josh.
Yeah, go for it.
I don't know if you were listening to the POTA system last night.
I was
but
not.
Somebody keyed up and gave their GMRS call sign.
Fantastic.
And the net controller just was like ignored them. It was hilarious.
Good. They should.
That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, engaging. I don't know if he's watching. He may be. There's a guy in Georgia that was using my call sign, and I just told everybody, don't engage with him. Don't talk to him. He's not me. I'm not in Georgia. I love Georgia, but I'm not there. If I'm there, he'll know when I'm there. So just don't engage with him. It's I don't know. Like, by the way, everybody that has GMRS license, I welcome you to join us on ham radio. It's not the same. It's a wholly different world. It's completely different. We're all brothers of the same fraternity in the sense of like RF operators, and we welcome you to ham radio, but you got to do it the right way. And the FBI is not coming to your door if you get your license. You don't give up your Fourth Amendment rights. You can tell them to pound sand, and they may say, and they're going to tell you because they're law enforcement, they're going to say, well, you're going to give up your license. And you can say, well, if it comes to that, I'll give up my license. You're not welcome here, right? You can do that. It just may come to you losing your license. But of course, that's got to go through the courts and all that other stuff. So how long does that take, right? Don't worry about it.
They're going to be worried about people on 7.200.
Let them. You know what? Send them all to 7.200 for as far as I'm concerned. It's fine. I love the shot calling idea. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's wonderful.
I love that.
I wrote that down.
I'm like
going to implement that.
I'm jazzed about that. I want to come to Colorado and go to your closet and get involved in this. That's awesome.
You were more than welcome anytime.
Man, that I love that. That is really cool. Because I'm sure the shooter could always see where they're shooting, but you make them shoot iron sights or something like that where they can't have complete.
You just put a bunch of different colored targets out and have the last person that shot say team number 2 or whatever.
Or just set out a bunch of targets. They don't even necessarily have to be different colored because that's kind of a pain because they have to bring colors.
Joe,
set up one.
Blue,
one's an HVT, and you have to be able to describe which one, because they'll all look the same. Then that actually puts a little bit more emphasis on your communication skills of being able to describe where something is, how far it is from you, being able to be like, hey, I see this. They are armed. They are dangerous. Yada yada yada. You have to shoot this one, but not these other ones. Being able to point out this specific one, not just giving them a free cheat. Hey, it's a blue target. Doing it based off of like where they are would be that much more beneficial. So that's a super awesome idea.
That is a fantastic idea. That is literally.
I'm going to implement that.
Cards into that too. Like, okay, he hit the 10 ring. Pull out the 10 card. Okay, that's a hit. Now you have to shoot the other 2 guys, or however you want to do it.
Yeah,
but,
I'm going to do that.
Separate them where they can't yell at each other.
Wow, I didn't expect to have that conversation come up, but
I know there's Bluetooth earmuffs. Can you buy that to a headset?
Yes, 100%. So I have 2 different sets. I have a set of OpsCore amps. Those are really, really fancy. And then I have a set of Peltor Comtac. I think they're the 6s, both of which can link into just about any radio with the right connectors and push-to-talks and stuff.
So I took my $1,000 headset and I connected to a $30 Baofeng.
I mean, you can. That's what some of my guys have been doing, and I make fun of them for it. But you absolutely can.
I get so many comments of like, how do I interface my Peltors with the Baofeng? And I'm like,
Please just don't.
You can do
Get
whatever
better.
you want. There's an eBay solution for all your problems, but at the same time,
So
it's like,
I have a couple of XTS 5000 Motorola P25 radios, which is why I said I felt personally attacked when you mentioned, P25 people. But I also have my business itinerant frequencies, so I can encrypt things and do fun stuff. But I don't have any cool people that can. I don't have any cool people that are willing to spend a couple $100s on a Motorola, and I don't want to buy them radios because it's BYOR, bro. Come on.
Right. So hear me out, and I don't think Frank's watching, but I was hanging out with Frank, a local ham, earlier today, and he was talking about like his Motorola's, and like literally to get some decent Motorola's, we're talking about like 10-year-old Motorola's right now. It's still thousands of dollars to be able to get some of the legit, like good, really nice Motorola's.
Oh, for like the APX line?
Yeah. And
The
that's
XTSs
what
you
he's
can get
rocking.
for like $400 or $500.
Right. No, he's all on the APX stuff. So it's like, yeah, you're
I wish.
literally in the $1,000 price range for a ham radio. Is like, okay. I love them.
Yeah,
I think
that's
they're
a
great,
bit
but
much.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. Like it's on
I
my
could
Christmas
kill a guy
list. I
with
want
this radio.
Santa. I want
Yeah, you
Santa
beat
to
'em
bring
to
me an
death.
APX 8000, but that's not going to happen.
Yeah. Well, I
Those
mean,
are really nice.
Yeah, they're all. I mean, everybody's asked me, why don't you make videos on Motorola? I like Motorola radios, but they don't really like ham radio. They're not really pro ham radio. We just kind of exist as an ancillary thing that we program them to work on our bands, and nobody really complains about it. But it's like, I'm not going to tell people, hey, yeah, just all you got to do is spend like $2,000 and you can have a cool radio like mine. It's like, I'm not going to do that.
Motorola is the HK of the radio world.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, they'll sell it to you, but they hate you.
There's this new one called a T7, apparently, that's a bit ham radio friendlier.
Yeah, already people are talking about that. I don't know how I feel about it yet, but
I get a HT question.
All right, this is the last question. Go for it.
Okay, so as far as HTs out of like everything you've ever played with, seen, whatever,
Mhm.
in terms of robustness, what would you say is the Nokia 3310 of ham radio HT?
Robustness alone?
The Nokia 3310 is that phone.
No, I'm
cheap
saying,
old
but
cell
your
phone
question
that's
is like robustness
indestructible.
alone. You don't care about anything else. You want robust?
Like, it works, enough. You can call up a repeater on it or something, but like, what's something you could throw down the Grand Canyon and pick it up and it works fine?
There it is. That's it. Get this other one out of here. Get this $1,000 radio out of the way from this $250 radio. That's it. The VX6R. That's it. There you go. Yaesu VX6R. That's it.
What's
That's
the
the
battery
radio.
life on the VX6R? My FT5D is not it.
Oh no, this is a very good battery for that radio.
Okay.
That's it.
Real quick,
Go ahead.
the pouch with those patches on it.
It's the best, man. My Ranger eyes are the best.
10 out of 10.
Yes, I know. I picked them.
I'd go as far as to say 11 out of 10.
You're gonna have to send the link to those patches.
I think I got them mostly off of Etsy and just hopping around. Just Google Ranger Eye Patch and just have an hour of fun of just going through and looking at these great little patches that people are making. The FML check engine light is like my favorite, and then probably the dumpster fire.
I was going to say the dumpster fires.
Yeah.
I find amusing.
Hey, Josh.
Dumpster fire is my number 2. The Tom is number 1.
The Tom is very good too. The Tom is very strong. Go ahead, Scott.
That VX6, does it have an actual on-off switch, unlike the FT5 and FT3DR?
No. So it has a soft on-off, but the battery lasts forever on it. I don't know what they did differently, But
yeah, I wish I knew because I wish the FT3 and FT5 did that.
it's very good. It's a very good radio. That would be the one. Oh man! All right, I gotta go. I did a whole hour over what I said I gotta go on. So
Sorry for derailing.
No,
you
man,
like
that was
Oh, yeah.
fantastic. For everybody that missed it on the Discord or that was watching and wasn't on the Discord, you can still join us. You can go to the live stream and check it out. That was awesome. Well, LARPerator, I hope you hang out and join us next week or whenever you're around. All the dudes here will answer your ham radio questions to come up with this great drill idea that you're thinking about. Everybody else, I bid you adieu. Thank you for hanging out and having fun with us, and we will see you again next week. Next week, I mentioned not ham radio, but we'll be getting down. That's the hint. So those of you that know what I'm talking about.
Getting down.
Celebrity gibbet.
All right, everybody on the Discord, take it easy. See ya.
No, Josh.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
See ya.
All right. Thank you, everybody on the YouTubes and the Twitch for watching. I am going to figure out what the heck is going on with my kids because it's already way too late. It's like 10. Oh, my God. It's like 11 o'clock. That's probably not good. I bet they tucked themselves in. I don't think that happened. Take it easy. I will talk to you later. 73. Enjoy the memes.
Bye-bye.